to meet. It would be exciting to meet some of the people in the other spheres. I have been trying to break the barrier of anarcho-capitalists on Twitch, in the Twitch politics space, which has been rough.
So we're fully live. How's it going, Praxis? I'm the host, Liam Metzger. I'm joined by friends Scott from Fabian Liberty and Mark, Jeff Perry, the publishing director from VIA, and we got Tho Bishop from the Mises Institute. So Tho will be in our first spot for speaking here, and we have quite a big event planned here today. So I'm going to hand it to Jeff Perry, who's going to talk about what VIA is and what the goal of this charity stream is.
Hey everyone, it's me, Jeff Perry. So first, I gotta say thank you so much, Liam, for offering to do this. This is just so fabulous. Our toy drive is one of our favorite initiatives every year, and we get to help a lot of people in need, especially a lot of kids around this time. So thanks so much for offering to have us on. It's gonna be great. But a little bit about VIA, for those of you who don't know, it stands for Voluntarism in Action. It started actually as a subset of Being Libertarian. I don't know how many of you know that. It's a Facebook page, pretty popular. And of course, being libertarian as they are, they're very critical of the government, including the welfare state and public assistance and all of that. So eventually they started thinking, we've got to put our money where our mouth is. If we're going to keep criticizing the state and the things that it's doing, we've got to do something about it instead of just talking. So they started a little Facebook group where people could put up donations, fundraisers, usually stuff on GoFundMe, where folks would, I have a medical problem, I can't pay these bills, I need a little bit of help, and people would contribute. It was just a place where people could come together who had extra money and wanted to help, and people who needed some more money and needed the help, kind of facilitating getting folks together like that. Now, over the course of a year or two, they did some of that, and it started getting bigger and bigger. More and more people were coming to the Facebook group, and eventually they decided, this needs to be its own thing. It needs to be separate. So Voluntarism in Action split off in around about late 2018 from Being Libertarian. And they actually got not incorporated, they did all the legal stuff to be an actual 501c3 nonprofit charity, which is really cool. Takes a lot of paperwork though, but that's another topic. And so we were able to help more and more people actually accept donations for itself as its own organization instead of going through a third party like GoFundMe. And we've also spread out more from just little bits of helping here and there into big programs that we have. We've got our education program, which supports homeschooling and low-income families. We've got our urgent needs program, which is one that we run just to support any little thing that might come up. Emergency medical bills, can't meet the rent, little things like that. We got one that's really cool. We work with Kids Compassion Charity over in Sierra Leone, and we actually support a school at a village over there, the village of Gottfried something. Can't remember the full name, but that one's really awesome. We work with the folks over there and actually send everything over through Bitcoin, all of the donations. So we get around all of the red tape that the governments have with sending over their fiat currency, which is something that I really like, special place in my heart. And then, excuse me, our last one is community development, where we try to focus not just on individuals, but on building the connections between individuals. And since we've started, we've gotten more than $300,000 in donations. And we've been able to help folks with all of that money, and all of it donated freely, which is something, of course, that is near and dear to our hearts. The the first voluntarist to call himself that was Auberon Herbert. He was a philosopher, politician in Britain in the 1800s, late 1800s. And he realized that since everyone owns themselves, everyone controls themselves and their will, that anything that is moral has to be done with the consent of the individual, with their voluntary consent, no coercion involved. And therefore, anything that doesn't have that is immoral by default. And so he was kind of a proto-libertarian in that sense. And he talked about a voluntary government with voluntary taxes, essentially an early version of the, what does Hoppe call it? The voluntary society, something like that. Voluntary society, I think. But we took that and applied it specifically to charity work. That if charity is really going to be charity, it's got to be given voluntarily. In fact, it's amazing how generous people can be when it comes down to it. Just last week, maybe early this week, there was that terrible tornado that went through Kentucky and a couple other states. And we started a fundraiser just as soon as we can. And within 2 days, $10,000 people had thrown at it. And that was just amazing. And things like that happen pretty often. It had slowed down with COVID, understandably, because there's that uncertainty that the government created. Am I going to have a job tomorrow? Is my money going to be worth anything with the inflation? But people have started, I think, to recover from that. And they really proved it just this past week. Sorry, I kind of went on for a while.
It's perfectly fine, but it's great to see so many dedicated people working with this foundation and trying to raise money and showing the good and actual voluntary cause. So we have, before we get on with Tho Bishop and we have a conversation with him, I want to thank the Austrian Economics Discord for helping promote this event, as well as the Politics Discord. You can find both on Discord, and we will link them in the description of this stream afterwards. So now we're going to have a conversation with, we have our friend Brent joining us, and we're going to have a conversation with Tho Bishop about libertarianism and specifically right-wing populism. So Tho, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, glad to join you guys, and particularly for such a great cause.
Well, it's fantastic to actually get somebody who's so well versed in so many topics in the Mises Institute. I know you're a big 90s Rothbard fan. So what was, when you started getting into the side of libertarianism, what was the appeal of right-wing populism and specifically this genre of Rothbard?
Well, I was someone who was always kind of politically active, early on in life, for better or for worse. My parents were political operatives back in the day. Obviously, I was kind of a Ron Paul baby in 2008, identifying that, it was, I was already interested in Austrian economics kind of parallel and just kind of in response to trying to figure out how the hell the financial crisis happened. But obviously Ron Paul can happen at that same time. And so I was always kind of interested in some of the political strategy stuff that, what allowed Ron Paul to be Ron Paul. And then kind of my renewed interest in some of the particularly 90s strategy stuff. Interestingly enough, it came about because of a hit piece in the Washington Post. It was an article, I think it was Matthew Sheffield or something like that was the author. And the headline was something like, where does Trump get his racist rhetoric from the libertarians? And so this was an article actually trying to make the connections, highlighting the relationship between Pat Buchanan and Murray Rothbard, connecting Pat Buchanan to Donald Trump. And so the larger, sort of message there was kind of absurd. But there was an element of truth there that I thought it was clever on his part. Like my favorite hit pieces are those that have a little bit of work to it. There's a great book by Clint Slobodian. Well, it's a terrible book, but it's an interesting book by Clint Slobodian called The Globalist that kind of goes down this rabbit hole as well, trying to make Mises and Hayek as some of the architects of neoliberalism, which, there's some interesting nuggets in there that have truth to it. It's just distorted in a way that takes it away from reality. And this article is very similar. And so it was kind of something that's kind of stuck in my craw for a while. And then, watching actually Justin Raimondo, one of the great paleo-libertarians, of American history, great historian of the old right, watching him engage and his interaction with the Trump era, I just found absolutely fascinating. And, I was able to, I'd always been a fan of occasionally looking through some of the old Rothbard Rock Report articles. The more I read, the more I thought it was absurd that these were ever kind of considered taboo at all. And the problem is, it took a while to, find them, to go to uns.com, which Facebook blocks and all sort of stuff. And, just reading more into that content. There's a great book, Irrepressible Rothbard, that has a lot of essays. But then identifying the stuff that's not in there, it just really kind of opened my eyes to how much there is a wealth of kind of untapped, unappreciated Rothbard material. That is, yes, exactly that book right there. That book is at its best when Patrick Newman is reading passages after a few beverages at Rothbard Village. So it's been a lot of fun this past year, kind of highlighting just some of the overlooked Rothbard material. Because that's one of the great things about Rothbard, is that he's one of those rare intellects that he has been gone for far too long, but he is still producing at a rate better than many scholars are at the peak of their career. And so it's fun kind of, exposing new people to a lot of work that, people that have always long been fans of Rothbard, but or may not be overly familiar with kind of the political strategy stuff. And particularly given what I think are some parallels between American politics in 2020 and where they were in the 90s.
As someone who's a liberty lover, obviously, and a reader of Mises and Rothbard, did you always see different things like this in the Republican Party as means to achieve the end goal or to achieve true libertarianism?
Well, I'd kind of gotten burnt out about the Republican Party generally after Ron's campaign. I served in DC after kind of the Tea Party revolution. Started working there February 2011, which was a great experience. I got to work with Ron Paul's office and with Dr. Paul, and that was a lot of fun behind the scenes. But obviously, there's a lot of people elected kind of in that Tea Party, vaguely right-wing populist sort of message, and then they were all co-opted. And then, I was excited about. It's funny because for a while I was very frustrated with Rand Paul, and then my interest in Rand Paul was resurged from another hit piece against him in the New Yorker. There's something about the legacy. It was published right after a event that the Mises Institute did in Houston in 2015 February, right before I joined, actually, about secession. And this article, again, trying to make Rand Paul to be out to be a monster because of associations with our orbit, it was great. It was like, oh yeah, Rand used to write op-eds in the Baylor newspaper using Lysander Spooner as a anonymous title and things like that. Like, oh man, this is the Rand I want. Then his campaign fettered out. And so I kind of, if you'd have told me, 2016 that I would have been like, especially early 2016, that would have been like a celebrating Trump's impact on American politics come 2021, I'd think you were crazy. That's just kind of like a parallel universe. But this is where we are. And I think one of the things that's important, I think one of the things that I always love about the personal narratives of these great scholars is that, their willingness to not simply write from the sidelines in kind of an Ivy Tower sort of environment, but really recognizing that these ideas are worth defending in practice, and they're worth engaging the system to try to bring us closer to a freer world, not simply critique what should be done to get to a freer world. And that's an aspect that was true in Mises's example. It was true in Murray's example. It is obviously very true in Ron Paul's example. And I think more than anything else, of all the great ideas, the important ideas that are unique and special to the Austrian school and our tradition, I think the best asset that we have is the personal example and the personal biographies of these men. And I know it's something that's motivated me throughout, ever since I've been familiar with them. And it's something that I hear routinely from the students that we have coming through Mises University and some of our other programs.
You mentioned Trump changing the political climate, which you say that like 8 years ago, maybe, and people would have called you crazy. People would have, Trump even in politics 8 years ago sounded kind of crazy, right? How do you think this changed your mindset as a libertarian? Did you see this as another means to utilize, or did you see this as something that would change the Libertarian Party, and not just the Libertarian Party, but libertarianism as a whole within the next few years?
Well, the time that I really started to recognize, like, Trump was entertaining, and there's something to be said. I think one of the first comments that Lou Rockwell made about Trump's campaign is that, if we're going to have a circus, at least make it funny. And Trump always had that to his advantage. But the thing that really opened my eyes to what was going on was August 9th, 2000. I believe it was August 9th, 2015. It was the first presidential debate. And I ran for office myself in 2014. I ran for State House down here. That's why I left DC. And anybody who was a fan of mine, like, I didn't have a lot of money. There's a lot of backstory there. And so if you were a fan of my campaign, you really had to care about the substance. And so I held a debate watch party with a lot of my old supporters. And I walked in that room and 90% of them were Trump people. And so I had to readjust right there, thinking, okay, well, this is not simply a carnival show. There's something about Trump that is resonating with the same sort of people that liked me. And that is, there was an element of just anger. He was a middle finger, not simply to the establishment in vague terms, not simply to politics, kind of an abstraction. He was the weapon against the Republican Party that we hated, right? The same Republican Party that screwed over Ron in 2012, that did everything they can to stack things against us, that tried to make sure that Ron was not reelected in 1996, right? That same sort of Republican regime, Donald Trump offended the great deal. I remember that the big purple National Review cover against Trump, and David Boaz and all these morons on the one thing. I think Thomas Sowell was on there, so I don't want to cast too broad of a bunch, but most of them morons, right? And the fact that they thought that publishing this super important article, the edition of the New York National Review, was going to stop these people, and then watch it do nothing. It started off with just the pure Schadenfreude of all of these Beltway conservatives seeing everything they built up be just taken from them. And then recognizing that, after that, you had kind of this empty vessel. And there are a lot of surprisingly good people, names that people wouldn't really recognize, but there were a lot of very interesting people that made their way in decision-making positions within the Trump regime. Not enough, right? We wish there was more. That's the question: how we get take advantage of this stuff going forward more. But it created a vacuum that you threw out a lot of people that would otherwise fill these executive positions with an R in the office. That vacuum allowed the opportunity for interesting people to take a hold of it. It's similar to what we saw when Bolsonaro won in Brazil. Again, not a libertarian, but Mises Institute Brazil ended up having a lot of their staffers employed in the Department of Education and the Department of Finance, right? And that sort of element, again, it made me recognize that there's a lot of conversations now about how do we make our own elites to replace the current corrupt elites and things like that. That sort of mindset on how do we elevate our people to get in positions that matter. And I think that generally that approach, more than simply trying to create like the masses, make the masses want libertarianism, because I think there is something to be said there about the masses just want safety more than freedom. But we don't have to convert the masses to our side if we can simply elevate individuals within our side that can be useful to those that can court the masses. And then I think one of the best examples out there, living and breathing, is Corey DeAngelis, who has now kind of taken over education policy amongst the Republican Party at the state and federal level, while being a diehard radical Rothbardian. I think that is one of the coolest things out there. And that's something that I talk about with a lot of the young scholars that we have coming through the Institute's programs. How do we make the Corey DeAngelis of Federal Reserve? How do we make the Corey DeAngelis of private policing? How do we make the Corey DeAngelis that can solve, that can present our ideas, our solutions? Because that's what we don't simply critique power. We provide solutions of what the world can look like without that monopoly of violence. That, I think, is what's exciting. And I think that's the example that we can build off of.
Yeah. If I could ask a question, though,
Mm-hmm.
one of the things that I notice that you seem to be hinting on is this kind of this spark of anti-establishment anger, right? Like you saw this after, the 99%, and at least someone my age, and I think your age as well, maybe some of the younger kids here don't really remember that anti-Wall Street sentiment that got co-opted by the left and kind of kicked out the libertarians. But one of the things that I struggle with, at least in my space, is, I find that anger. And then there's this massive amount of like anarcho-capitalists or, deep cut libertarian minarchist philosophy, and like piercing that veil of so much, right? So that the general public wants these ideas, because really it's a philosophical fight. How do you feel like we can better bridge that gap? I try and push them to be like, check out Anatomy of the State, maybe check out Malice's, Anarchist Handbook or something. But it seems like it's such an undertaking for the individual to kind of de-propagandize their mind. How do we because like, sure, we can get individuals with influence and power to kind of bring more libertarian ideas, but how do we convert the traditional conservative? How do we work in that? Is it just individual praxis, or I'm just curious of your opinion as someone at the Mises Institute.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I don't think there's a one silver bullet where like, oh yeah, you touch just one book and it's going to change your life. There's some books that can do that for certain people, and that's great. I think Anatomy of the State, when you got Jack Dorsey tweeting out Anatomy of the State, that's a great thing, right? I think that, one of the lessons of Anatomy of the State that I think it's so obvious to us if we're already kind of coming from it from a libertarian ANCAP perspective, but that I think we can kind of take it for granted, is that the main message of that book is
it's about judges.
Well, it's that the state depends upon the perception of legitimacy, right? And this goes to Mises's points about how governments are always popular. This is why he had a soft spot for democracy. He viewed democracy as the easiest way of overturning unpopular governments, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think what this COVID moment in particular is doing is making so vivid the illegitimacy of government, not simply illegitimate from the questioning of electoral outcomes that we saw as well from the 2020 election, which I think was one of the biggest that moment is huge, right? You had 70% of Trump voters believing, knowing in their hearts, and then no one can persuade them otherwise, that the president was not duly elected. That is big for undermining that legitimacy. The COVID regime, where the degree to which people are recognizing, and I think the COVID stuff is better because obviously it takes it outside of that politicized mode, right? Recognizing that the public health authorities are not interested in public health. The degree to which they have made being normal an act of rebellion. I think that is the hubris of what is going on right now, is that I think the regime has overplayed its hand in the degree to which that they have really relied upon, fear, terror theater to intervene in a daily, obstructionist way and our, so many people's day-to-day life routine. I think that experience does so much more to delegitimize the state than trying to, and then, airlifting, airdropping, Anatomy of the State on, like Detroit, right? Now that's not going to get everyone, and there's going to be a lot of people that take the wrong lessons, right? They're going to think, okay, well, they're wrong in here, but we still need the state, obviously, for this, and this. I get it. But I think one of the things that highlights, though, is that, we're in this very technocratic empire right now, right? The people with the most power, those that are never on the ballot. The Fed is screwing up things. There's just a complete collapse in confidence in that expert class. And I think that, again, it's when you combine that with the ability to get information outside of the cathedral, right? This is why they're, and of course, the more that this becomes so self-evident, the more they have to censor on all these platforms. I think that you really have a moment right now where in conservatives that grew up with a civics 101 appreciation for what the government's supposed to be, right? Yeah, who genuinely still believe that we have a constitution that protects them. By the day, I think your average Republican is losing sight of that. I think your average independent, it's called that Joe Rogan sort of demographic. I think they were already thinking kind of in a different perspective. That's why you can be an independent in a two-party system. but I think they're kind of waking up to the realities of the authoritarian regime that we have right now, recognizing that old right, the revolution was. We've already had a revolution in the form. It's not a revolution we're trying to stop from happening, but a revolution's already occurred, right? And I think all these different dynamics, it's ultimately the only way that we are going to get this country closer to where we needed to be was some sort of great awakening. And I think we're in that period right now. The question then, of course, is what comes next. And you know, that's where I think why us as you know, Rothbardians, as ANCAPs, as libertarians, Austro libertarians, whatever you want to label yourself as, I think what the charge on us is not necessarily trying to take this moment of unease and indoctrinate everyone into our way of thinking per se, trying to make them all wave the yellow and black flag. I think what we have to do is to take this knowledge and find ways that we ourselves can maximize our impact on this changing world. Because we have a window where our ideas are going to be needed in a way that there's always been value, but there's gonna be a demand for it that there wasn't necessarily in the past, right? It's difficult to push a revolution if material well-being is going up, right? And ever since the Cold War, your average American's material well-being, with a little bit of hiccups in 08, 09, has gone up, not as much as it could be, right? We can see the unseen, but most people can't, right? But when that changes, when that material well-being is no longer going up and staying stagnant or going down, that creates that window. And I think one of the things that I try to push is, you know, we need to be studying the histories of revolution. And because, you know, revolutions come not from some sort of great ideological push, but it starts with complete disillusionment of the standing regime. And then that ends up creating a void where, you know, some sort of ideology is going to replace that. And so what we need to be doing is trying to position ourselves, trying to take advantage of our skill sets to do whatever we can, whether that is in a policy perspective, whether that's just simply being, you know, an influential person in your community, you know, whether it's just buying a bunch of Bitcoin and sitting on it, right? You know, it's not one strategy for all, right? You do what's comfortable for you. Being a great musician, you know, talking songs of freedom, right? That's great too. And then, you know, doing everything we can that when we have that break of the systems going on now, trying to do everything we can to take advantage of that void. And, you know, and the beauty of it is that it doesn't require us to kind of all be lockstep in kind of a uniform movement. You know, I think disagreements on cultural issues, I think, you know, I've got nothing against like honest left libertarians, you know, all the things that lead us to infighting, I think can be a strength, because what it does is allow us to communicate our message to different audiences that we're never going to, that certain people are never going to reach. And what we need is as many different options out there pushing the ideas of peace and prosperity to the masses in as many ways as possible. I hope that gets to the point.
Yeah, no, it does. Maybe I'm just more black-pilled than you, right? And maybe it's that I'm fighting the culture war in Twitch, right? I think I'm probably the only one on the debate stage in Twitch right now, which is like 80% left-leaning. But what it appears to me is or maybe I'm just talking to too many objectivists and Randians, but what it appears to me is that as the disillusionment occurs, our side seems to be gaining a mild amount of influence within the institutions in the right. Like you see people calling themselves libertarian and things. And Marxist Hegelian dialectic philosophy is growing rapidly in the left. And they're undermining our institutions, and they're in you know, critical theory, critical analysis, the entire Frankfurt School kind of idea of oppressed oppressor narrative and things like that seems to be gaining a lot more power and a lot more hold in these institutions. And I worry sometimes when I hear the LP or the Mises Caucus or the Mises Institute, and I'm not trying to push back on your debate with you in any way, right? I'm just curious as to how you feel about this idea that, like, when you say learn from revolutions of history, I hear that and I go, yeah, dual power theory, agorism. Like we need to fight a philosophical war and push back on philosophical ideas deeply. And what it seems like is that we're trying to kind of, it almost seems pragmatist again, like the prags haven't really fully left, right? Like we're trying to water down our philosophy to get a big tent of people that kind of believe in freedom and liberty in a in a not so nuanced and not so well educated way, in the hopes that this will have positive effects. And I worry what will happen is that message will get watered down enough to the point where, we win a couple of seats and we win a couple of influences in a right that is constantly going downhill and losing throughout the entire history as dialectic philosophy takes over the left without them even realizing it. And that's what I worry about. And I'd be curious to see what your take on that is.
I definitely think that there are certain spaces where we are absolutely being overrun. I do worry about the acceleration within particularly younger leftist circles. I think that there is a degree of that where that same sort of energy is actually undermining the political side of the left in ways that will play out over time. But the problem, it doesn't matter, is if Zoomers, for example, end up being a diehard, Marxist generation, right? Like, there's consequences to that ideology being the majority of that generation. There's something to be said, about the history of, there tends to be a mellowing out over time. I think one of the things I think is just interesting, again, this is political, not philosophical, but I think it's easier to track in some ways. If you look at sort of like the political shift of like your 08, 18 to 20-year-old like Obama voter in 08, like over time, like a lot of them end up becoming Trump voters by 2016. So I'm hoping that there will be a mellowing out there. Obviously, there are a lot of people in the Twitch and other streaming services that are much older than like, a high school student that doesn't know any better, right? And that's kind of concerning in its own areas. I think the core of it, though, is that, like, I think one of the issues that always existed with the pragmatists of the libertarian variety is that, if you're a pragmatist, you want to be in the LP. I understand the argument that the LP should be like a pure bastion of libertarianism. I think that's the importance of having pure libertarian institutions. Right. I think that's why the Mises Institute is so important, because we remain kind of an unfiltered fountain of, the hardcore stuff. And that's why, like, and again, it's easy to kind of poke at Reason and Cato and the Beltway crowd from time to time. And it's fun to do so. But I have a tremendous amount of respect for like libertarianism.org and the way that they've kind of cultivated material there. There's a lot of Cato people who I can't stand that I think provide good value to people that aren't me. And I think that, so we should never lose sight of that. We should never sacrifice the philosophical content in trying to win an election or things like that. And I think that's one of the things that I'm trying to cultivate, is highlighting, I think it's important to have a class of political operatives, political strategists, let's say kind of the Yale crowd, that take this philosophy just as important. And that's why that's where I try to bridge those gaps. And I think that's why it's so important to elevate the traditions of Rothbard and others, because here we're not trying to dismiss the hardcore philosophical stuff because it's too brainy to talk to your average person about. It's like that is true. But that's why you as the individual need to be inputting the philosophy and then outputting, figuring out ways to output it in a way that can be practical to the person that's never going to read human action.
Yeah,
so that requires us to be that firm. But
we've been engaging in a theory, and this might be off topic, so I'll keep it short. We've been engaging in a theory where, as people lose their religion, right? Pew Research just said 29% of Americans identify as non-religious or atheist. That was in many ways a shield against a lot of this Marxist philosophy. Yes. And so what we've been doing is we've been taking conservatives that come to us, because we get libertarians as ANCAP debate bros, but we get a lot of conservatives as well. And we've been engaging in, well, what if we interject Stoicism here? Because I think Stoicism is a nice, easy to understand middle ground that at least has an individualist philosophy, even if it is altruistic, and even if it isn't necessarily deeply concerned with private property rights and things of that nature, that is political philosophy. I think the philosophy is probably more important than the politics sometimes, but we can disagree on that, and that's fine. So what do you think about that? About using something that is less of a massively like nerdy, like you must read Aristotle and you must, engage in Enlightenment, philosophy and things like that, and just being like, hey, read this because this is a good way to live.
I agree. I think this got to be my last comment, so I'm going to have to go to a Christmas party. That's why I'm so festive. I think you're absolutely right. And I think this has been one of the weaknesses of libertarianism, and let's even call it classical liberalism, the best way always is that belief that reason is enough. and that we can, and if we're purely rational actors, we have no need for religion because religion is just, superstition, whatever. The problem is that what we've seen is that religion just gets replaced, right? You don't get away with it. You don't do away with it in a society. Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of the things that's interesting is that Rothbard himself was not a Christian. He obviously his strong dedication to a national rights philosophy often led to him being allied with religious libertarians. Mises was very hostile to Christianity with his experiences in Germany, but when he came to the U.S., his experiences with American Protestants, Presbyterians in particular, but you read Theory and History, his opinions on religion are very different than they were in socialism, and I think that's an aspect where I know I still don't have a church, but I've found myself gravitating a lot more to religion personally. I know there's kind of different kicks out there, and I think one of the areas where we have a huge opportunity in reaching out to, I'm gonna just call it the right, or in other things, with the inflation issue being what it is, I think highlighting the cultural consequences of economics is something that is often overlooked. And I think that there is something to be said about, just the way of time preference and thinking ahead, that there is sort of a Jordan Peterson style, best life practices aspect as well. That I think that is a way of making a lot of the philosophy immediately practical and to our daily lives. Henry Hazlitt actually has a wonderful book. One of the great autodidacts in American history. Has no college degree, works himself up to being one of the most published, in great economic writers of his time. He has a great book on, life lessons and things like that. I off the top of my head, I can't recall the title. But I think there is something to be said about using this as another way of making arguments that are not purely economic, not purely political science. They're just make it easier for you to navigate life in all of its complexities. And I think obviously religion has long played that role in society. That is an important role that we shouldn't ignore. And I think this goes into why, if you read the Introduction to Paleo-Libertarianism stuff from Rothbard and Rockwell, one of the things they emphasize is that we needed better libertarians that could uphold the ideas of libertarianism, because after all, the goal of all of this is not a lack of governance, it is a lack of government, and that requires self-governing individuals, and that requires a certain culture of discipline necessary to kind of keep in our inner evils. And so that being said, though, I would love to join you guys more in the future. It's been great being with you. Jeff, again, thank you again for all the work that you're doing. I hope this is very successful on your end. Liam, thank you for the invitation, and hope you all have a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a good New Year.
Thank you so much, Phil.
Thank you.
Thank
Phil,
you. It was wonderful
too.
meeting you. If you ever want to come into the dangerous forays of the Twitch space,
I'd love to shoot me an invite, and I'd love to make it work.
So
absolutely, I'll get your information from Liam.
We're gonna hop
guys.
right into Walter Block's talk right here. We've got Walter Block in the waiting room. Before we do so, though, we have a very special thing to do, and that is our wheel. So we've raised over $100 so far. Hey, Walter, how are you doing?
Good.
So,
Thank Christ he didn't dress up.
we're really excited to have you here, and we're really happy that you were able to take time out of your busy schedule. It's finals week and at Loyola, and it's been kind of hard navigating and trying to get scholars on. So I think we'll just get right into this interview. How are you doing, first and foremost?
So far, so good. Although there's a joke about that. The guy falls off the top of the Empire State Building, and as he's on his way down at the 20th floor, somebody says, "How you doing?" He says, "So far, so good." So you never know.
So with all the changes this year going back, have you guys gone back to school in person yet?
Well, the school has, but they allow you to do Zoom instead if you want. And I prefer Zoom, not so much because of the COVID, but because everyone has to wear a mask. And when you wear a mask, you really can't, deaf people can lip read beautifully, but we all lip read a little bit. If I start talking like this, I won't say half of what I say is gone, but a bit of what I say is gone. And whereas right now I can see you, you can see me, we can lip read each other. And also you can record the thing. Whereas if you go in there and it's just masks, well, you sort of lose communication. It's true you have more camaraderie, but I try to get my students introduced to each other. At the first day, I ask them to tell me what their hobbies are. In case different students have the same hobby, they can link up together, become friends. So my ideal is first the old way, in person, no masks before COVID, then Zoom, and then face-to-face with masks. I think that's not very educational.
Well, it violates trust too. So we're somewhat descended from British culture, which is a very trust-based society.
I'm sorry, what violates trust?
The masks, hiding your face in Western culture tends to denote a lack of trust with people.
Makes you look like you're about to rob a bank.
Yeah.
Well, I never thought of that. I mean, that's new to me, so I thank you for it. But I don't really see that as a matter of trust. All the kids are forced to do it. The professors are forced to do it. Again, if I start lecturing like this with a mask on, the students aren't going to get as much out of it as assuming I have something to give, this way where they can see me.
Oh, well, Liam's stepping away. Nice to meet you, Walter Block. I am deeply honored. Definitely have watched a few of your talks and some of your debates. It's always funny to see the neoclassicals and the pure Austrians go head to head on the value of empiricism and economics and things of that nature. It's interesting, if not a little bit above my head and my knowledge, but it's always a joy to watch you, and it's even more of a joy to meet you finally. So
thanks, you're very kind.
I'd like to talk about more on COVID, especially teaching as a professor at in New Orleans. Has that affected your interaction with your students, especially when it comes to politics and when it comes to your work? I know you base a lot of your class off of your students' work at the end of the quarter and what they write. Has that affected the type of views you see coming from your students with the echo chambers online? Has that affected the different types of ideologies you've seen? Obviously, there's a lot of Marxist and what we like to call tankies sort of popping up through the pandemic. Have you kind of just seen more leftists as an effect from echo chamber?
Well, I have seen more complaints, student complaints, like use the word Oriental or say attaboy or attagirl, which, when I was your age, attaboy and attagirl was perfectly acceptable. And there are Oriental restaurants with the name Oriental. And yet somehow if you mention that, this is a problem. And I once mentioned the cotton industry, and I was severely rebuked by my administrators, the provost, for using an example from the cotton industry, for goodness sakes. So I have noticed an uptick in complaints, and it's also been correlated with COVID. It's just been in the last 2 or 3 years that this has occurred. And I don't know if the one caused the other. What is it? Constant conjunction doesn't necessarily mean causation. On the other hand, constant conjunction is a hint that maybe there is causation. And maybe people are just getting more snarky and less willing to live and let live than they were before. I really don't know. I haven't thought that much about what the cause of it is. I don't know. There's a lot of snowflakes out there that, you say one word wrong and they go berserk. And it's, in my personal experience, it's been much more the last 2 or 3 years than any other time in my teaching career.
Yeah, my grandmother is a professor of sociology and was a radical, critical theorist, feminist, kind of second wave feminist. And even she has been in a position where she's been brought in front of boards and committees for her inappropriate usage of, misgendering and things of that nature. And she's like, what happened? I started most of the violence against women shelters, and now I'm the bad guy. And I just always find that funny how radically this, Marxist philosophy has taken over the institutions, much less so in economics, I'm sure, than in the humanities.
less in economics, much more in sociology, where critical race theory runs rampant. I used to think the Chinese people were crazy because they had a cultural revolution, and it couldn't happen here. But we're having a cultural revolution. It's true. Happily, nobody's being killed. Whereas in China,
Yet.
they killed a massive number of people. But still, it's
No one's
like
being killed yet.
well, so far, so good. But nobody's been killed over this yet. And hopefully no one ever will be killed by this. But, now the Chinese are being more rational. And this pox, this intellectual pox is now infecting us. And, not only do we have COVID, which infects our bodies, but we have a critical race theory, which infects our minds.
How students have become more soft in the last couple of years and how they tend to take offense to a lot of things. The first thing that came to my mind was the petition to get you fired. I forgot. It was like the Democratic Student Union of some sort. I forgot the name of it, but it had I think 100 signatures to get you fired for saying that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you said, well, no college should be obligated to accept a blind student into that university because they may have to utilize extra resources. However, right, if a blind student is not being accepted to universities in an economy that incentivizes universities to specialize in this sort of thing and find the market niche and create a university for blind or for deaf people. Is that the first time something that extreme has happened to you?
Well, maybe I missed one. There were so many attempts to get me fired. I think I missed one. The one I'm aware of is not having to do with blind or deaf people, but rather with slavery. And what happened is they got 500 signatures saying Block favors slavery, and slavery is evil, and therefore I should be fired. And they got 500 signatures, but then a former student of mine got 6,000 signatures saying Block is great, he should get a raise and all. And somehow
Anton Chamberlain, I believe.
That's right. Anton Chamberlain was my former student, and he managed to get 6,000 or so, maybe 5,800, something like that, on the other side. What happened was the New York Times did an interview with me in 2015. And I didn't know what it was. They just said they want to know what libertarianism is all about. So I said, fine. And what I didn't know was that this was an attempted hit piece at Rand Paul, not Ron Paul, Rand Paul. Why Rand Paul? Because in 2016, Rand Paul was running for office and he was a viable candidate and they wanted to get him. And the way they were going to get him is to say, Rand Paul hangs out with a bunch of nuts. And I was one of the nuts. And there were 10 or 12 nuts that they interviewed. And they showed that we're all crazy. And therefore, Rand Paul was crazy. So I was doing the interview, trying to explain libertarianism to them. And either they weren't getting it because they were stupid, which I don't think is true, or they weren't getting it because they want to keep pushing me. And I don't mind being pushed. So I finally gave them a very radical version of libertarianism, something controversial among libertarians, namely voluntary slavery. So what's voluntary slavery? Well, my son, who I love very much, let's say, God forbid, has a horrible disease. And the only way to cure him is $20 million. That'll cure him. And I don't have anything like 20 million, but you each have 5 million to spare. You're all very rich. And you'd love to have me as your slave. And, I'll teach you economics, pick cotton, or whatever you guys want. And so we make a deal. You give me the 20 million, I give it to my son's doctors. I benefit because I value my son's life more than my freedom. You benefit because you value my servitude to you more than the 20 million. As in the case, all voluntary trades ex ante are mutually beneficial. Ex post, who knows, we might regret it, whatever. But ex ante, this is a voluntary trade, mutually beneficial. So now the question is this legitimate? And I gave, Murray Rothbard disagrees and Robert Nozick agrees. And I gave both sides on this. And that was the end of the interview. 3 months later, they published the thing. And you know what they said? They didn't say I favored voluntary slavery. They say I favored actual slavery. Actual slavery? For a libertarian? Come on, give me a break. The whole essence of libertarianism is non-aggression, and coercive slavery is the epitome of aggression. So I certainly didn't favor that. And then what happened was that the president of my university, Father Kevin Wilds, wrote an article in the Maroon, the student newspaper, saying, well, we're against slavery and Block is a bum because he favors. Come on, I don't favor actual slavery. I'm making a very technical, philosophical point about voluntary slavery, which is the diametric opposite, 180 degrees different. So around 2017, some young lady got hold of this and said that, we ought to fire Block because he favors slavery. And by the way, to finish the story, I did sue the New York Times for libel, even though we libertarians oppose libel laws. But, I concocted some reason why I could do it. They're part of the ruling class, and ordinary things don't apply to ruling class. And I settled on grounds that I'm not supposed to say, but they were satisfactory to me. So I did sue them, and I did win. I won something that satisfied me, and that's the story. So I don't know, but this was before COVID. This was 2015, and maybe late 2015, early 2016.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry. I think we have a question from Jeff, and I'm also going to admit Ben, my good friend Ben, who you know him, Walter. He's been a part of our interviews a couple of times. So we have a question from Jeff, and then we'll go on to additional questions from Scott and Mark. And I will be right back.
Sure.
All right. Hey, Dr. Block. I was wondering.
There. All right.
Oh, hey.
Please call me Walter. We're all just chickens here.
Sounds great, Walter. So I really like your Defending the Undefendable books.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. They're very interesting, very fun. I have a hypothetical situation that I've tried talking about with several libertarians and haven't gotten a good satisfactory answer for myself. It has to do with COVID and all of the regulations. So let's say a store has there's a mask mandate, like they just started in California again. And person believes that that's wrong. State shouldn't be able to force this. And so they go into a store without a mask. I have some libertarians who say that's a violation of private property rights because the store is saying, no, you can't go in here. I have other libertarians who are saying, no, that's coming down from the government, so it doesn't count. My question to you is, who is the undefendable who needs to be defended? Is it the person who is standing up to the government, or is it the store owner? I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure about who's the defender or who I should be defending. And by the way, I now have 3 books, Defending 1, 2, and 3 out, and I'm working on number 4. So
Nice.
if you like, there's number 1. But there's also number 2 and 3. Well, wait, let me see if I can flash these in front of you.
If any of you are interested in purchasing any of them, they're available at Mises.org, the Mises.org book sale, or bookstore rather. And they're actually having a holiday promotion. If you put in, I believe, Hoppa Holidays, they have a promotion for about 15% off.
You already showed 1. Here is 2 and 3. I don't know if you can see them.
Very nice. Very nice.
Okay. I'm a professor. I'm never supposed to answer questions directly, so let me answer this indirectly. I wrote an article in the Journal of Libertarian Studies, which I regard as the preeminent libertarian scholarly journal. And I pretty much attacked everybody. And who's everybody? Well, there's either the hawks or the doves. And the hawks are people say, COVID is horrible, it's going to kill us all, and the government is not only entitled to make us wear masks, but even entitled to make us take a shot against our will. Sort of the Typhoid Mary thing. Typhoid Mary spread typhoid. She was innocent. She lacked mens rea. She wasn't doing it on purpose, but she was spreading typhoid, and typhoid is a very deadly disease. And what should we do with her? Well, not put her in jail, but house arrest, and feed her and keep her comfortable. So the hawks think that it's a horrible disease, and the government is justified in not only mass but compulsory vaccinations. And there is a case for that because, if I sneeze and you guys are on the Pacific coast and you get typhoid or COVID, I'm a murderer. I shouldn't be sneezing, assuming that that's true. So those are the hawks. And then there are the doves. And the doves say, look, elderly people like me, I'm 80 years old, we're in danger. You guys, you look like you're in your early 20s, late teens, somewhere in there. It's not going to affect you, and even me. It's just like the flu, and it's no big deal. And the government has no right. It's unconstitutional. Yak yak yak. And I attack both. And what I say is, look, I believe in specialization and division of labor. I'm an economist, and I have credentials as a libertarian theorist, and that's it. I don't know about epidemiology. I'm not a doctor. I don't know about the spread of disease. I don't know how serious it is. And yet each side is speaking as if they know what they're doing. And I'm saying, let's have a little modesty here. We don't know. And I wrote this 2 years ago, or I forget, maybe 18 months ago. We now know a little bit more than we knew then. On the other hand, I'm sort of, if I had to pick between the hawks and the doves, I would pick dove, because the burden of proof is on anyone who is going to use violence against anyone. And if you're going to have compulsory masks or compulsory vaccinations, you have to have some sort of burden of proof. Have they met any burden of proof? No. They keep talking about the science. But to me, science is an open-ended thing. And instead what they do, they threaten doctors who disagree with the hawk version, or who are doves. They threaten to take their medical licenses away. And epidemiologists, they threaten to, maybe not kill them, no killing, but they threaten their livelihoods. So they've come nowhere near proving anything. But does that mean that they could still be right? Right? As far as I know, again, I'm an economist and a libertarian theoretician, say, I don't know about epidemiology. So I think a little modesty is required here, and we shouldn't be we shouldn't be tying libertarianism to anything like this, because we don't know for sure. Okay, now with that preliminary, let me try to get to your question. In my view, if the government compels the store owner to require masks for entry, what do they have that expression? No shirt, no shoes, no service. Well, no shirt, no shoes, no mask, no service. It's his property. It's true he's being compelled, but it's his rule. So therefore, I take the side of the person, a libertarian who comes into somebody else's store and starts without a mask, and the owner wants a mask. He's a trespasser. So I think that's very clear.
I have a question regarding your work. Through the pandemic, you've put out a lot of articles. You worked on your book, Space Capitalism. How many scholarly articles have you put out in the past year?
I don't know. Usually around 20 a year or so.
So
I'm up to about 650.
650.
I'm trying to get maybe 640. I haven't looked recently. Maybe 660 for all I know. I'm trying to get to 1,000. I don't think I'll make it, but I'm going to try. That would be a nice round number.
So with all the work that you've been putting out and all the appearances you've been making on shows, I mean, this is the best one, obviously. Have you ever thought about making your own podcast or doing your own sort of show?
I've thought about it. The problem is, if I do it, I'll probably get canceled. Because, I say things that are libertarian or Austrian economics, and the powers that be, don't like that. I'm hoping Donald Trump is now starting a new platform, I think. He's got Congressman Nunes, to lead the Congress and head this up. And If he makes a success of this, like Parler didn't and Gab didn't, if he makes a success of this, then I'd be more inclined to have a podcast. On the other hand, Bob Murphy has one, and Tom Woods has one. And there can be no better two people than Bob Murphy and Tom Woods. So if they could do it, I could do it, because, the three of us are, very similar in our viewpoints. So I would contemplate it, but I'm right now, I'm busy. I'm working at Loyola University. You can see the background there. And I'm writing, and I've got enough to do. And every once in a while, people like you guys invite me, and I do an interview or a speech. I just debated David Friedman the other day on Austrianism versus Chicagoism. So I do that, 2 or 3 times a week. Well, maybe 10 times a month. I'm not sure. So I get out there on the airwaves without my own show.
I wouldn't be as worried as you might think, Doctor. Well, you said call you Walter. I guarantee you, I have said spicier things on Twitch than you would say on a pretty regular basis. You'll get shadow banned, but that's not the same thing as getting blocked outright. I think you'd be surprised.
Well, I'm not going to use the F word or the N word or the C word or anything like that. But the ideas. Voluntary slavery, the idea that women earn less money than men, and it's not due to discrimination.
I would push back on that a little. I wouldn't call it voluntary slavery, because maybe that's where you messed up talking to the New York Times, because slavery by definition wouldn't be voluntary, right? I think you could have avoided so much if you just said indentured servitude.
But it's not indentured servitude. It's absolutely not indentured servitude. You're not allowed to kill your indentured servant. Whereas in voluntary slavery, remember I sold myself to you? Mm-hmm. You could kill me. You could maybe not torture me. It depends upon what the contract is, but you can certainly kill me. This is not indentured servitude. This is voluntary slavery.
Would this be similar to like gladiators during Rome? There were some gladiators who were voluntarily there, who just kind of choose to go live in what they call it, the domus, something like that, and they got trained alongside the slave gladiators as well, and could die there.
Yeah, one of my articles, I concocted this thing called Murder Park. Murder Park. I should have called it Killing Park, but I called it Murder Park. And the idea is you got 20-foot thick walls, and everyone goes in there armed with a gun and 6 bullets, and you're allowed to shoot anyone else, except every 50 minutes we ring a bell, and then you have to stop shooting. And we cart out the dead bodies, and we replenish the ammunition, and we bring in new people, and now everyone shoots everybody. Is this legitimate? Well, yeah, it's a little weird, but namely, we're trying to show the extent of what libertarianism is all about, and what it's all about is voluntary interaction. And if people want to do this, what the heck? Oh, sadomasochism. I have to tell you my SM joke.
Disavow, just for the record, disavow. I don't think you can get rid of private property rights, and the right of self-ownership is private property. I don't know if you can ever fully give that up, even in a contract. I don't know. I think that would be against natural law philosophy.
Well, there is a debate among libertarians as to whether voluntary slavery is legitimate or not, and you've got Murray Rothbard who says no, because you can't alienate the will. And my answer is will schmill. I don't care about the will. I just care about, are you guys murderers if you kill me? And the answer is no, in my view. You're not murderers, because I sold myself to you and knowing, that you could kill me. So it's very different than, indentured servitude. I have to tell you my SM joke. The masochist says to the sadist, beat me.
And the sadist says no.
No.
Do you believe Squid Game could be a real thing?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you believe Squid Game could be a real thing?
I don't know what Squid Game is.
So
it's
a newer TV show where essentially 456 poor gambling addicted people are chosen, and they sign a contract, and they're drugged, and they're taken to like a secret facility on an island, and they're all playing child games like red light, green light. But the thing is, if you lose, you die. So they're competing for $30 million, but only 1 out of 456 will survive. And they're voluntarily doing so. They can leave at any time.
Look, anything voluntary is the motto of libertarianism, and you can concoct weird things that are voluntary. But that's to stretch what libertarianism is all about. Well, not anything voluntary. There are exceptions. You can't sell a square circle.
So impossibilities, yes, impossibilities are impossible and thus could never exist in our system.
So I'm currently
rational. I
torn.
agree.
I'm currently torn between farming the memes for YouTube and continuing to talk about voluntary slavery, or ask you a question that I honestly, genuinely wanted to hear your answer on. And so, pardon me for all of those enjoying the memes for me pivoting for just a moment, but I want to know what you believe, what you think, and maybe you've already spoken about this and I've simply missed it. I can't be aware of everyone's body of work. But how do you feel about synthetic commodity currency as a comparison to fiat currency and traditional commodity currency?
Well, the way I see it, Milton Friedman had this TV series, which was very, very good. And it was called Free to Choose. And my view is we should have money that people are free to choose. And whenever they were free to choose, they pretty much chose gold and maybe sometimes silver. So I don't favor the gold standard, because if people were free to choose now, if we got rid of the central bank and got rid of fiat currency, and instead of gold, it became platinum or silver, that would be fine. Whatever free market money is chosen is fine with me. So at the top of the list is the gold standard, understood that it could be gold, platinum, silver, whatever. The second, I think, would be these electronic currencies. Why? Because it's non-governmental. And the third would be fiat currency that we now have. $5 bill, $10 bill, $20 bill, inflation based on the Fed and all that. The problem with gold is that, the government forbade it. And then the problem with the electronic currency is you need electric. If the electricity goes out, we don't have any money.
But I'm specifically talking about synthetic commodity currency, right?
For example?
So, I mean, technically speaking, Bitcoin is a synthetic commodity currency, right? Because because of the Dogecoin kind of specific, there is an absolute amount, right? Which makes it very much like a commodity currency. Well, technically it is, right? But the idea is that in the future, we would be able to take things like Bitcoin or Ethereum or other blockchain coins, right, and put in them algorithms that could, in many ways, match things that the Federal Reserve is already doing, right? Monetary policy via algorithms that determine how much money is in the supply, right? So let's say it could be tied to a basket of market goods. When a basket of market goods drops below a certain rate, so what the idea is that you write currency with algorithms that compete against commodity currencies, and then when the market has certain dips or ups, certain amounts of the money can be artificially put into the system. But the idea is that it has an absolute amount of future currency that will be available, and theoretically could be more stable than commodity currency, right? Because that kind of goes up and down with the market, and in kind of a relative opposite faction. But unlike fiat currency, the government can print as much money as it wants, and so you have a consistent level of inflation as opposed to a more stable currency or deflation, and you have market manipulation and regulatory capture and corruption and bonds and all these other things that are kind of tied and enmeshed with the state.
Well, in my view, asking which of the currencies or the Bitcoins or the commodities could be money is sort of like asking, what should we have for dinner? Should we have fish? Should we have chicken? How about spaghetti? Anything voluntary. And I have no strong views. Now, look, we know that bananas aren't going to be a good money because they get rotten too quickly. And we know that diamonds are not going to be a good money because when you make change in diamonds, you lose most of the value of it. And it's very hard to break a diamond, where it's easier to break gold because gold is a softer metal. But suppose somebody wanted to try diamonds or I don't know, cement as a money. I'm not going to say no, anything voluntary. Now, as an economist, I'm going to predict perhaps that the bananas aren't going to make a good money, nor is cement going to make a good money. And maybe I'm not familiar with many iterations of Bitcoin, but I would just say, like with Uncle Mao, let 1,000 flowers bloom and let the market compete, and we'll see which money we get.
Fair enough.
I promised you guys 5:45 to 6:15, so I got 2 more minutes. Maybe one last question, if my timing is right.
Yep, it's. If anyone has anything else, you can just throw it in.
I was
One
just
last-
thinking, pushing the boundaries of libertarianism. So, Hunger Games. The government kidnaps children, puts them into an arena they have to fight to the death. Could parents have control over children? Could the parents voluntarily sign them up to go into an arena and try to kill each other?
Well, I think we ought to kill the people in charge of doing that because they're evil. I don't think the parents should sign up kids to become gladiators.
I agree.
That's just a horrible thing to have compulsory anything. Look, compulsory masks aren't as bad as compulsory gladiators where you can die. We have to be reasonable here. I mean,
Yes.
we don't like compulsory masks, but what the heck? But the compulsory gladiators is, really vicious and evil.
Well, that's true, but we're pushing it to the limits of voluntary. So could parents voluntarily sign their children up for a death game?
No, they can voluntarily sign themselves up.
They're custodians of their children's rights.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying that they would be custodians of their children's rights. Their children still have rights as well.
Any parent that signs his kid up for that loses his guardianship rights because the role of a guardian is to protect the kid. And if you engage in child abuse, you lose your right as a guardian.
Lightning round. How do you feel about Elon Musk?
Well, in what's the expression? The little girl with the curl. When she was good, she was awfully good. When she was bad, she was horrid. Elon Musk is a little like that. And in my book on space, I think we had a whole chapter on Elon Musk and a few of the other people like that. He's very good in the sense that he orchestrated such that you could reuse rockets. Imagine if you took a trip from New Orleans to San Francisco and you had to throw away the plane after you took that trip. Do you know how expensive air travel would be? Well, that's the way that NASA was doing with rocket ships. They use it once and that's it. And Elon Musk came up with a way of, determining that you could reuse it. So in this chapter, go ahead, Ben. What were you going to say?
Because NASA's using our money and Elon's using his own money.
Minor detail, absolutely. Very
Sort of. Elon is using a lot of our money.
Well, that's exactly what we put in this chapter. Elon is getting a lot of subsidies from government. So we're asking, is he a good guy or a bad guy? And don't think that just because you get subsidies from the government, you're a bad guy. Because remember Ragnar Danishkold from Atlas Shrugged? He wasn't getting subsidies, he was taking subsidies. Look, the government is evil, and any money they have, you should grab. And if you grab, you're justified.
Sounds like LDS literature. Bleed the
sorry?
beast. Got to
Well,
bleed the beast.
I mean, Murray Rothbard used to say, look upon the government as a robber gang, and then all of the libertarian principles come through. So there's nothing wrong with getting a subsidy from government. Look, I get subsidies from government. I used to teach at the University of Central Arkansas, which was a government institution, and I took a salary. And, I go on the public streets, and Audubon Park is a beautiful park, and I use that park. So I get subsidies, nothing wrong with taking from government. The question, though, so just because Elon Musk took from the government doesn't mean that he's anti-libertarian. So what we did is we went over all of his speeches to try to see if he's favoring government or opposing government. And I think our consensus, I forget, but I think our consensus was he's not a libertarian because based on his speeches, he wasn't libertarian. Therefore, he'd be unjustified in taking money from government because he's part of government. He'd be part of the ruling class. But
Fair enough.
Maybe his more recent speeches have been different. Look, guys, I got to go. I promised you a half hour. And I'm delighted to do it. And maybe in a month or two, we'll do it again. I really enjoy the back and forth with you guys.
Thank you so much.
It's
Dalton.
wonderful.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks,
It was
Walter.
great having you on. Thank you, the mouse on Maroon Rothbard's head. I hope you have a safe night, Walter, and thank you so much for coming on.
My
Is it
pleasure.
time to spin that wheel?
Take care. It is time to spin the wheel, everyone.
Walter, someone.
So as you guys know, at Praxis, this stream is very viewer-based, and to give incentive to donate to this foundation, we like to put ourselves through torture, which is the Wheel of Death. And basically, what the Wheel of Death entails is that all of the hosts, me, Scott, Ben, Mark, Jeff,
I did
feel
not
so
agree to this.
Yes, you
Yeah,
did. Yes, it was in the fine print. No, it was.
I gotta know the terms.
I got
I did not
some of
sign
the
a
wheel. I
voluntary
got some of the
contract.
wheels like stuff. It's too late. I don't even have enough milk in my house.
Jeff, if you feel so inclined, you don't have to though, because you're technically a guest. But we have the Wheel of Death, and so how it works is we will have a wheel spin, and it'll give us random, not punishments, but challenges to do. And it's as we have hit over $300 in donations, which thank you guys so much for that, by the way. We will spin the wheel. So I'm going to pull up the wheel spin, and we're gonna spin the wheel of names. Spinning, and we have Ben.
Thank God.
Of course.
We
Why
have
wouldn't
Ben.
it be me?
So-
of course.
So as soon as you get chosen, though, your name is hidden. You only have to do one punishment. We may change that later on, if we have to. But we have Ben here, and we're gonna spin the Wheel of Death for Ben. So how this works is a random punishment from our list of punishments is chosen from the Wheel of Death, and I'll read them all out. We have peanut butter on the face, eat a raw egg, milk chug, lick a shoe, dance for the stream, can't talk, stream karaoke, and a spoonful of cinnamon. So you ready to spin the wheel, Ben?
Sure. But my options are limited there based on what I have at my disposal.
We're spinning the wheel, Ben. We're spinning the wheel.
I just hope I get dye hair if it happens.
And we have. Oh no!
Oh no, what is it?
You want me to
Wait,
reel
you-
it in, Ben? If you're watching the stream right now, I'm gonna have trouble revealing this to Ben because I feel bad. We have eat a raw egg.
All right. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. He's prepared.
All right, so we're at
Does that
300,
include the
which means
shell?
we have more spins, right? We have to do
Oh.
a spin for every 100, right?
So we're doing a spin for every 150, correct?
Okay, so there's another spin.
Another
so while
spin.
he's doing that, let's see what the other one is.
That is fair. That is fair.
Now that the egg is gone, I'll get in on it. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna pull back up the wheel spin here. Now how this works: the more you donate, obviously, the more we do wheel spins. That is pretty straightforward, and you have to
All right,
accept-
Chad, donate for punishments. Come on.
donate for our suffering. Just do it. It's worth it. It's amazing. I mean,
I don't have milk or cinnamon here, though, for the record.
Didn't I suffer enough in 2012 to 13?
all right. So here we go. Here's our second wheel spin. I should have removed Ben, but it doesn't matter. If we get him, we'll just respin.
All right.
Hold on, Ben. Before you eat the egg, we're doing a second wheel spin.
Okay.
And so for the second one, we have Rich, but he's not on stream yet. So we gotta respin. Rich isn't. I don't know if Rich will be on stream until about an hour and a half. And then Chris. Oh, we got Ben again.
I'm not doing something.
Dude, this is so suspenseful. I should take off the extra ones, but I refuse to. Mainly because I'm lazy. Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll spin one more time because we keep getting peanut butter on here yet. Oh boy. Scott, I got the news for you.
Let's go.
You're next up on the wheel, brother. All right.
Let's go.
So before we decide Scott's punishment, we're going to watch Ben go through some pain on eat a raw egg. So I'm gonna go and pin you, and we're gonna watch you. Let me take us back to the Zoom call. So Ben, show us the raw egg in hand. We have the raw egg in hand. All right, let's get a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ugh.
I broke the yolk in his
Yeah,
mouth
that's
and
gross.
everything. Oh goodness.
That was worth the. So we're at $3.95 now. I'll read out donations in a minute. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. We really want to give these kids the Christmas they
You know
deserve.
what's funny about that? I actually eat raw eggs.
Oh, okay. That's
Oh,
what you
that's-
did-
That
you
wasn't
didn't
even a
sound-
cheating.
challenge then.
You're cheating.
He's been prepping for the stream.
You don't admit.
All right, what do I
to
got to
it
do?
until
So we're gonna
Stream's
we're gonna
over.
we're gonna s- we're gonna spin Scott on the wheel of death now. This
You only told me the other challenges later, so I can't chug milk or cinnamon, but I got peanut butter right here.
all right.
And
all
raw
right,
eggs
much-
too.
how much milk we gotta chug.
all right, here we go. I'm opening the wheel of death. This is
Also, can I swap it with beer?
this is going to be good. I can't wait to see Scott cry. Okay, here we go. The wheel of death. Scott, you will. Stream karaoke.
All right.
We got stream
Alex Jones?
karaoke.
All right,
So-
we're going a cappella.
The
Are we doing
rules
it
of
as Alex
stream
Jones?
karaoke.
Yes, you have to sing as Alex Jones.
Okay, I'll do it as Alex Jones.
The rules of stream karaoke is you get to choose whatever song you want, assuming there's like an instrumental or karaoke version, and you have to sing your heart out. You have to sing your heart out.
Look, I will do it a cappella.
You have to
I'll
sing
do it
your
a
heart-
cappella because I don't want to get
Okay.
I don't want to get DMCA.
So before we do this, we're gonna read out some donations. We have a lot of donations. We're at let's see, we're at $395 in just about an hour, which is really really good. That's
Wow.
we're on pace to break the last stream record at 1,200.
Oh yeah.
Very exciting stuff. So we're gonna read donations starting. We've had donations from the start of the stream that we didn't read. From John Farrow, $50. Keep the American dream alive for generations to come. Thank you. $25 from Polina Ilnitsky. $50 from Anonymous. Keep up the great work. $150 from Shadow Warden 99. $25 from Joseph Rich.
yes.
$25 from Katie Metzger. $5 from Stuve from Discord. Doobie sent me here. Stayed to save Christmas. We've got
Thank you, Shadow Warden. Thank you.
that
Thanks,
is
everyone.
that's significant right there. Thank you guys. You're all
He's
very
one of our
generous.
first. He's our first mod and one of our fierce viewers.
We got from I don't know exactly. Here, why do you guys pick the hardest names for me? It's like you knew I was gonna read donos in the stream and pick the hardest names. From Terato Pie. Merry Christmas. Bless all of you and your hearts for the kids and Ollie. $50 from C Cup. Christ is King. And $5 from Anonymous. Dubious cringe. Give me my role. That's all. That's all the donations we have right now. Thank you guys so much for your donations, and we will get to Mr. Scott singing karaoke.
All right, so we're going ragtime.
Oh God.
I see his face. I hear his heartbeat. I look in those eyes, how wise they seem. Oh, when he is old enough, I will show him America, and we will ride on the wheels of a dream. Yes, the wheels are turning for us, girl, and the times are starting to roll. Any man can get where he wants to if he's got some fire in his soul. We'll see plenty of men who will stand up and give us our due. I know it's more than promises, Sarah, it must be true. A country that lets a man like me own a car, raise a child, give a man his due. I see his face, I hear his heartbeat. I look in those eyes, how wise they seem. Oh, when he is old enough, I will show him America, and we will ride. Oh, we will ride. Oh, we will ride on the wheels of a dream.
Oh God, Zoomer humor.
That was goddamn beautiful.
That was moving.
That's the great, absolutely moving. So, we've read the donations. Now we will have a little bit of open discussion while we're waiting on Dr. Patrick Newman, and we're going to talk to him about his new book, Cronyism, at 5 o'clock. So we have about 32 minutes, give or take, of open discussion, and we'll be right now engaging with the chat and reading donations.
But more importantly, thanks for the donations.
Absolutely.
Most
Unless my kids are actually waking up from their naps. So if you guys have any quick questions or anything for me, I can handle that right now. But then I gotta split. Gotta get them up.
Yeah,
Gotta get out before you get punished, I see.
I actually would like Liam to introduce me to everybody because I don't know anybody here.
Right, we kind of had Ben join in the middle of the stream. So Ben, this is Scott from Fabian Liberty and also Mark. They're a duo based ANCAP debate duo from Twitch, and they've become very prominent in the Liberty movement online.
I do the debates. We're mostly just news and philosophy streams, but I do a lot of debates. Yes.
And this is Jeff Perry from Voluntarism in Action, and he's been very, very great in helping communicate and get the stream set up. And this wouldn't have been able to happen without him. So big thanks to Jeff Perry. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and we're really happy to be able to raise money for this charity.
Oh, thank you. You guys are the ones who are getting the cash for us, and especially thanks to the donations or donators.
All right, thank you for joining us tonight, Jeff. Of course, you have obligations other than the stream. You're not morally obligated to help us stream. We have donations rolling in still. So we'll get to those. Jeff, you have a safe night, man.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Everyone here online, everyone listening. Thanks so much. You have a great night and a happy holidays.
You too, Jeff.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Also, I have a couple people in chat that were saying that they watch your videos, Praxben, and wanted to say hello. Casimir, a couple of others.
Listen, guys, I made Praxben famous. He did it off my back.
Yeah.
Oh, is that true? Huh?
I'm only joking.
I did all off of Liam's hard work.
He exploited my labor. Okay, we got a donation from Become Ungovernable. A donation of £2, actually. LOL, I could have given you more, but I don't want to do that. Enjoy your £2. I'm sure that's going to go a long way. Might be able to get little Timmy a bag of rice for Christmas.
Literally the richest British person ever.
Listen, man, it's all right. It's all right. You need I know you need to save money for your dental care, so it's no big deal.
Is £2 enough for like a Kinder egg?
I don't
So we
know.
can send the kid both a present and to jail.
I don't
Maybe
know.
maybe the dollar store version.
I'll be right back, guys. But we'll have open discussion among these people.
Yes, all three of us. Two
All
of whom
three of
talk
us.
all day, every day.
It's what we do on Twitch. Long ass talking streams.
Or
you
you're
do-
just calling me on the phone.
So you do debates. What's a debate you're well known for?
Well known for probably doing hippy dippy. I do a lot of hippy dippy panel, which is the largest panel on Twitch. And I do some prime Ks and stuff. But I've pretty much debated everybody on Twitch that is well known
Why is
as of
everybody-
now, with the exception of maybe like Vosh and Hassan. But everyone else I've been on at
I
least
was
a panel
about
with.
to ask, have you debated Hassan?
No, I haven't. I mean, I did a panel with Destiny. I'd like to do a 1-on-1 against him at some point, but you know how it is ANCAPs. Like, I mean, mostly what I have been doing in terms of the debate space is trying to pull people into the community, obviously, but trying to normalize anarcho-capitalism is something that isn't like a meme online.
Right.
Because no offense, it's mostly young bloods like you that tend to pick it because it's edgy and out of the window, or it's people like Dr. Walter Block that are, you know, a little bit autistic with their definitions and, you know, hardcore economists. And, you know, and there's not a lot of like good communicators, right?
Right.
You know, I think the one thing anarcho-capitalism deeply lacks, well, two things. One is philosophical grounding, that which constantly playing these games of politics and policy and economics and not talking about the issues of Marxist philosophy and things like that. And the other one, and more important, I think, is just a lack of charisma within anarcho-capitalism. Dave Smith proves this, right? In the sense that, you know, a comedian can become one of the most popular people in anarcho-capitalism right now because he just happens to actually be charismatic and funny and a good communicator of the ideas, as opposed to wildly intelligent on all of them. But actually, he's doing pretty good lately. He's pretty smart.
Yeah, it infuriates me when he calls himself a dumb comedian. It's like, obviously you're not that dumb.
Yeah.
Come on.
But yeah, no. So I mean, I did an AMA on the politics Discord for Doobie, which was pretty good. You know, like, so I mean, I'm making the rounds, but we've only been on Twitch for, God, I keep shaking my camera, my leg. We've only been on Twitch for about 7 months, and we just started putting highlights and stuff up on YouTube. YouTube has been more of a pet project for me, and we're kind of trying to branch out there. Because I would never start on YouTube because the algorithm fucking hates it. But now that I've got a little bit of a following on Twitch, it's like, okay, I can bring those people over to YouTube and maybe beat the algorithm a little bit.
Yeah, I like that idea, trying to like get back good optics for anarcho-capitalism. That's something that I've thought about a lot. And mostly I've been focusing on reaching younger people, especially young conservatives, young paleo conservatives, getting them into paleo libertarianism, and then focusing on just kind of getting people to think, you know, because a lot of people, they'll just like jump right into an ideology. Some people jump right into like anarcho-capitalism, and then they're just kind of like there, but they don't know anything, right?
Yeah.
So they'll try to like get into debates with people, and then they just get destroyed by anyone because they have no clue what they're talking about.
Right. It's like you are you going to debate? You're going to debate economics with a socialist, except you don't really understand marginality or the economic calculation problem.
Right.
And you don't understand, like, you don't understand free markets or, well, the other problem with anarcho-capitalism, I think, is that, you know, people are so sold on the idea of democracy that a lot of the radical ideologies of the left, like anarcho-communism, anarcho-socialism, even anarcho-syndicalism and mutualism, they're democratic in nature, right? And so, you know, when fielded with difficult questions, the answer is, oh, well, the community will come together, you know, the council of elders or whatever it is, and, you know, we'll vote on it and we'll decide how to fix those problems at a hierarchical structure, right? You can answer 90% of the questions fielded to you that way. And then when it's an anarcho-capitalist, it's like, okay, well, how is policing going to work? And be like, all right, let me explain rights enforcement agencies. Let me explain insurance best practices. Let me explain, you know, the economics of competition. Let me explain our ESOP model of privatized policing. Let me explain community policing and how it can be done through HOAs. And it's like, so the amount of knowledge that you need to be able to communicate these ideas is very vast, which makes being a talking head difficult unless you're also a theory head, and theory heads tend to be terrible at communicating.
Right. Yeah. And it also helps, like, you don't even have to be like well read into theory. There's even things you can like figure out like on the spot, and that's what I really try to push with people. Like in my videos, I'll like go through like, you know, a Hassan video, right, on YouTube. And then he'll say like little stupid things that are just like a lack of critical thinking, right? Like I'm going after this thing, not because it's like a theory thing, not because it's some sort of empirical thing. I'm just going after it because he said something kind of stupid. He made a weird leap in logic, and someone should realize that they shouldn't make those types of leaps in logic, and they should actually have like a sort of a critical thinking, be good faith, and, you know,
be careful
just
how many
stop and
times you
think
use that
about
word
things.
critical thinking. Because that is Marxist in origin. That is Marxist philosophy.
Couple things, guys. We have 2 new donations.
All right, common sense. There we go.
Rational thinking.
There we go.
From Iced Woo Pass. Great karaoke, Scott. Awesome charity. Really hope this gets to $1,500, $30. And then we have, I don't know what there's like, it's a $sign and it says A cash. Like, that's weird. But $2 from Anonymous. We kind of blackmailed the politics server because Doobie made it so that everyone gets their pick perms removed unless they donate to our stream. And so he's holding the pick perms ransom until you donate to our stream.
That's what the $2 donations are.
Listen, it's voluntarism in action, man.
No. Look, they voluntarily wanted to be a part of the politics Discord.
That's
and
true.
now they
That's
voluntarily want to engage in these things, all right? Doobie is allowed to set the rules of the game of his own private property. Don't you dare judge it, sir.
If you donate to the Doobie says, if you donate to the foster kids, this kid will read out your insult to me on stream. I will. If you insult Doobie, I will read out the insult.
Just no hard R's.
I am so very confused. Sorry. Scott, did you receive a DM from Will?
Probably. No, I did not.
Oh, I'll DM it to you. Sorry.
So if you
not to derail the stream, it's just kind of a weird thing that he needs to know about.
we got an offer from Torito Pie, and he says if you donate $5 or $10, he will match your donation. So even if you donate $5, that's $10 right there going towards the charity. So please,
There you go.
exactly. That's good Samaritan right there. Better person than I am. Donate $5. It'll make a lasting effect. We want to be able to give these kids the Christmas they deserve. Not everybody.
Was the Good Samaritan a good Samaritan because he helped someone on the road, or was he a good Samaritan because he brought them to an inn and paid a private property owner monies so that he could stimulate the local economy to give this person health care and lodging? All right, that's why he was a good Samaritan. It's because he donated to charities and helped local communities with his money, not because he helped some random person on the road.
Speak of the devil, we do have a donation, a matched donation from Torito Pie. Matching Sir $10, matching Sir Oswald Mosley from Doobieland. God bless. Merry Christmas. Thank you. It's people like this that make the stream just so much more enjoyable, and not just for the charity, but it shows that people really have good in their hearts and they want to be able to support things like this. It means more than I can even put in words. It's truly impactful, and this is helping these kids actually have the Christmas that they deserve. You know, not everybody is born into the same condition. Some people don't have parents growing up and don't have parents to support, you know, their childhood. And this is a huge thing. And I really appreciate, especially you, Torito Pie, and everybody who donates, even if it's just £2, or even if it's $1, it means the world. And it means not the world of me, but the world of the kids who are actually receiving this. So thank you from the bottom of my giant, amazing heart. Thank you. I know you guys are so touched by what I just said.
Yeah,
I'll give you a second.
It was.
I'll give you a second. I'll give you a second.
Sorry. I was dealing with something on Discord.
Warms my cold, dead, rotten heart to the core.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna get into it. We'll get into it, boys. We may or may not have some interesting drama after this charity stream is over.
So here's the thing: we're at $484, and that means it's time for the Wheel of Death.
It's past 450.
It's time.
Wheel of Death.
It's time for the Wheel of Death. I mean, what can I say? Everybody loves the Wheel of Death. I love the Wheel of Death because I get to watch you guys suffer. And we're gonna spin the Wheel of Death. And I feel extra nice today. Oh, he got the peanut butter out. He's ready. He's ready. Preparing.
Yeah, Skippy Creamy.
Skippy Creamy.
This is not an advertisement for them. I just didn't want chunky. See, like the peanut butter is bullshit because I'm the only one here with a thick beard, right? Like this is gonna be way worse for me if I get the peanut butter
Skippy,
one.
please sponsor Fabian
Please
Liberty.
Please sponsor radical anarcho-capitalism and apparently streams that talk about whether or not slavery is justified if it's voluntary.
It's okay.
I like peanut butter. I'd take a peanut butter sponsorship.
All right.
I'm just saying.
Here we go. Got the Wheel of Death
Let's
ready, or the Wheel of
screen.
Names. The Wheel of Names. All right.
Can literally only be the two of us right now.
No. Well, I put the names back. I put the names back. Here we go. Wheel of Names. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's Scott!
Thank Christ.
My heart skipped a beat. I seriously thought that
Let's go.
So let's see what Scott gets here. If it's peanut butter, I might end the stream right here.
You better not.
I
Yeah,
was joking.
sure you
I was
will.
joking.
Sure
I was
you will.
joking. I was joking. I was joking. Okay, but I'll consider it.
For a high
It's
enough
cinnamon or
donation.
milk. I got nothing.
So Scott's punishment will be drum roll. It's peanut butter on face. all right,
God
all
damn
right.
it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that this was gonna happen.
Oh, this is
I
gonna
knew that
hurt
this
so
was
much
gonna
later.
happen.
Listen,
All right,
man.
boys.
Listen, man, you bought the peanut butter, so we've got peanut butter on face for Mr. Scott.
What's the rules? Like, how much peanut butter is
As
is
much as you
necessary?
can, as much as you can.
No,
put
we're
on
not
the-
doing as much as
a
we
lot
can,
of peanut butter. A lot of peanut butter.
We will put a lot of peanut butter, but like, and how long does it have to stay on?
Oh
Yeah, that's an
god.
important
We
question.
need to we need to like have a jury decision here. What do you what do you think, Mark?
I mean, I think we should be
Yeah.
fair and say he can put it like on his cheeks.
Oh no, we're going beard.
It's
We're going
it's going
beard.
beard. It's going
Alright.
beard. Hmm.
If you say so.
20
Holy.
minutes.
We just
20
got
minutes seems long
we
enough.
just got a pretty big donation just now.
Thank you for the bits, Sumi. Sumerian Anna? Yeah, we'll just go with Anna. That seems to be how
So-
she wants to be called.
We're gonna read out a couple donations, and then we got to get straight down to business, of course, with the peanut. But you got to do more than that. That's got to be like a small amount.
Oh no, this is the beginning.
You
This is
don't-
the beginning.
okay.
Look,
You
You
don't
ready,
understand
boys?
how
You ready?
big
You
his
ready?
hands are.
You ready?
Also,
Hold on,
Also, yeah.
I'm gonna read a couple.
No,
Oh,
it's
wow.
already happening.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It's happening. It's on.
Ah!
It's on.
You're
It's
gonna have
on,
to wash
boys.
that out tonight, man.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's nice and cold.
That's disgusting.
Cold
Stop
and
describing it.
thick. Oh my god. Oh, you can smell
very nice
it.
and thick.
Oh, ooh.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Stop. Okay. We gotta read donations. We have
Smear me harder,
priorities.
Daddy.
Listen.
Oh god,
All right,
yeah.
Mark.
Oh,
Mark,
thank
these
you for
children
the
watch,
money.
Mark.
Oh, these
All right.
children.
Listen, Dorito Pie,
Oh.
matching Blake from Doobieland. God bless. Merry Christmas. $50 from C Cup.
Oh.
Merry Christmas. Donation from Froz, please, but it's not showing the amount. We'll read it out later. Trey 50 Daniel, $25. Love this panel with great people.
Oh,
like
Thank you.
nice.
Thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Trey.
Do you guys know him?
Yeah, he's one of ours.
he's a good guy.
Love this
He's
panel.
an
streams himself.
anarcho-capitalist streamer on Twitch.
Love this
He
panel with great
streams,
people like
too.
Tho, Walter Scott, and everyone else. I hope this helps kids have a much better Christmas time this year.
Oh
I
god.
love
oh,
being
this
part of
is so
everyone
bad.
else.
It's
Why-
so thick.
My
You
favorite
don't
thing to
have
be
to
a part of.
commentate on it every 5 seconds, Scott.
If you're gonna make me do
You're
this,
making-
I'm commenting
all right,
on it.
all right. You know what? I'll let it slide.
You know what's not sliding? This fucking peanut butter. Oh god.
So we've raised $563 in
Oh god, yeah.
an hour. That is incredible. We are.
That is one PS5, y'all.
Oh.
Come on, let's do this.
We can get
Where's
all,
one
gotta get at least
PS5?
we
two.
can put all the
You gotta
donations
get
together.
all the
collectively
foster
get
kids
the
need
foster,
PS5s.
Get the foster home
And
one
that's-
PS5.
That's not even a decent graphics card. Come on, it's
500
disgusting.
Wait, with the state of the component market right now, you can get maybe I don't even know, like a 1050 Ti, 1050. You can get something.
Like I said, a decent graphics card.
You can get like a
not enough for that.
6600 XT.
Dude, I
Oh,
got
God, this is so
I got
gross.
lucky.
I'm not gonna lie.
I lucked out last year and was able to get a 6800 for retail on Newegg.
All right.
Newegg business.
This feels like I'm wearing a mask. Like it's so thick.
Jesus.
Like being stuck in the like I'm not pure white,
You should
ladies and gentlemen. I got a touch of the tar brush in me, and this hair is thick.
No, that's my line. You do not steal my thing.
I get to steal
sir.
it. I get to steal your insults. I'm gonna go wash my hands, but I'm keeping this on.
You should have gotten
Oh my
like
god.
Jesus, dude. All right. That's where we cut off the stream.
You look like the bad dude off of True Detective season 1.
Mm.
My
God,
family's
stop
been around
eating it
here
off
for
your fingers.
Mm.
My
Stop it.
family's been around here for a long.
Scott's gonna get the
long
stream
time.
terminated. He's just gonna get the stream taken down for like sexual content.
Oh, probably not. There's nothing.
Nothing's better than a good nutter.
All right. You know what? Thank you all for tuning in. This is the end of the stream. I'm going
Did you get your
to.
dick sucker?
Mm.
I'm going to cry.
I actually lost a lot of viewers doing this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sure.
Anna, did you watch the rest of the trilogy?
Oh
Of the
god,
deep-
it's so gross.
I know
You should
Scott
have
didn't.
like
'cause
cry.
he
Why'd you put it
Nope.
solely
Well,
on your
I'm not-
beard, Scott?
So
He's
that I
got
can
a
keep
thick beard.
headphones on so I can keep this on.
Oh, okay. You're scared to get a little bit of peanut butter.
I don't
on
want it
the
like
headphones?
all over and like I don't want to drop it on my glasses and shit.
So what's-
Otherwise I'd like have to wash my face.
What's so bad about that? Not kidding.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna wash my hands.
Yep. So coming
The
up,
three baby faces.
we have something special coming up. And I know a lot of people are going to be excited about this one. I just forgot what I was going to say. We have Dr. Patrick Newman at 5 o'clock will be speaking. So in about 12 minutes, and we're going to be talking to him about his new book, Cronyism.
I should
Nice.
ask him the same question that got me booed at the supporter summit.
Well, you got booed. Wait, what question got you booed?
When I said,
Why are you gay?
do you think we should work with like left-wing politicians that are verbally against like cronyism and lobbying, like Bernie Sanders? Which I don't agree with that myself, but I got booed for asking it, for mentioning Bernie Sanders.
I think they were booing more so at Bernie Sanders.
Maybe it was still funny that there's people booing.
$5 from Cubano. Happy holidays to the children. Sent from Saint Doobie. Doobie's like single-handedly saving these children. So $600.
Doobie's red.
I should have bought it.
I gotta go
dude.
check something on the store.
I literally, I could have bought it. I would because we were there in person. There were like hundreds of copies. I should have bought it, but I didn't. I had already spent a ton of money at the event, just on books.
So this is how I know that you guys are more libertarian than you are ANCAP, because the more anarchist amongst us are like, oh, a book, that sounds interesting. Let me just turn on Tor and turn on my VPN real quick.
The great thing about Mises,
I need to get a book real
the
quick.
great thing about Mises though is all the books are free online at Mises.org. Every single book published under the Mises Institute is free. You can get it online.
That is true.
Very, very great. There's no other institution like the Mises Institute that is actually doing things like this. And those who can't afford books, maybe, or those who prefer not to read physical copies or spend their money on books, can access it online for free, which is great. And they can give you physical copy books. I mean, hardcover copies of Economics in One Lesson for free. You can order dozens of them even if you want to.
Yeah, I definitely get people to read The Anatomy of the State often from the Mises Institute, right? Because it's a great introduction to anarcho-capitalism.
That book itself changed my life.
It's also where I read Chaos Theory, Robert Murphy's Chaos Theory, which was the last kind of push I needed to become an ANCAP as opposed to a minarchist. Was like understanding the different ways arbitration could be used peacefully.
I've gotten my fair share of books from like Z Library, but I do prefer to have like physical copies. They also help with like videos, being able to like pull out a book and show it visually. Like I had this book, The Socialist System, on Z Library. I had the whole thing, but you know, I found it like a good deal to buy it, and I've used it in videos where I can just like pull it out, be like, yeah, I have a book on this, and then you know, show like some statistic in the book or something like that, and I found that really helps catch people's attention.
I would say though, if you're going to do a lot of reading as an anarcho-capitalist or as a libertarian, you've got to branch out from just anarcho-capitalist and libertarian readings. Right. So often I find people that are preaching ANCAP, and it's like they don't know anything about sociology, they don't know anything about psychology, you know, everything or they don't know anything about philosophy. Everything they know is libertarianism, economics, right, and that's it. And that's not enough to get this message out.
One second. $100 from Toxic Apple 11 just now.
Well, thank you, Toxic. That's one of my people too.
No message, but $100. King Epic and Foster Kids Suffering. Those people that have it hard enough. Torito Pie, $4 matching the Wise Froz from Doobieland. Merry Christmas. So we have hit another goal, $677. So
let's go.
We're gonna spin the wheel of names once more. This is
dear.
God, dude. If I get picked, I'm not eating a raw egg, dude. Because listen. If I throw up, right, there's no more stream, and the kids won't be able to have their Christmas. Think about it, right? Think about it.
I'm not eating a raw egg.
It sounds like a lot of coke. It sounds like a lot of fucking coke.
I found out the punishments at 6 o'clock today. So
I want to touch my face so bad.
Don't touch your face. You're gonna get your hands all oily, and then you're gonna touch your mic and your mouse and your keyboard. It's gonna be a bad experience. Here we
Kind of
go.
feels like I'm wearing one of those like Japanese warrior masks, but instead of being terrifying, it's hilarious, and it stuns my opponent with the comedy.
All right, so here we go. Wheel of Names, $677. That itself is amazing. I'm ready. I'm cracking my neck. We have 5 minutes until we get Pat Newman in here. So we're gonna go straight at it. Wheel of Names. Here we go. Spinning the Wheel of Names now. If it's Scott again, I don't want to give Scott a break. We got to keep on pressing. And it's gonna be okay. We gotta respin. I forgot why I had Chris on the wheel because he's not gonna be able to make it now. We found that out about like almost halfway into the stream. Okay, we've got. Hold on. I'm so confused. I thought I hit these options. Apparently I didn't. But there's like people that aren't even on the stream yet, and they're in the wheel spin. We have 4 people in here right now. What am I doing? Okay. Here we go. We've got. Oh god, it's Scott! This poor guy.
This is fucking bullshit.
This poor guy cannot catch a break. So Scott, are you ready to spin the Wheel of Death, Scott?
I'm always ready.
Mentally, he's
Let's
always
go.
ready. He's always ready. Here we go.
Let's go.
Here we go. Wheel of Death.
Yes, the Wheel of
The Wheel of Death for Scott.
Sing another song for us.
And we've got Spoon of Cinnamon.
I don't have cinnamon.
You have cinnamon. There's no way you don't have cinnamon.
Cinnamon's not that
Actually, I
common,
might.
honestly.
Hold on, let me check. Actually, I
Okay.
might.
Okay. Well, we got cinnamon for Scott. Poor dude. Poor dude. This is his 3rd time in a row, isn't it? 3 times in a row. I mean, karaoke wasn't bad. Karaoke wasn't bad.
Still don't know what the fuck I might sing for that.
For those of you watching the stream, we have some skipped frames detected. I don't know if it's being bad.
If I'm doing the fucking cinnamon challenge, I gotta get a glass of water too.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And an afro.
God, dude, here we go. Let's see how Scott copes with the cinnamon challenge. I mean, we know Scott is a major coper. He loves coping. He seethes. He copes. We'll see how he deals with the cinnamon.
Interestingly, he's the happy of the 2 of us.
I hate all of you. I hate all of you right now.
Here we go.
All right, hold on. I'm putting this in Discord first. Like I'm adding everyone first.
Let me go ahead and pull Discord up so I don't have to deal with that. Blah, blah.
We're at almost 50% of our goal, and we're almost halfway through the stream itself. So that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Let's crank those numbers up. Let's crank them up.
All right,
$1,500 by the end of tonight.
Rookie
Let's
numbers
go.
chat.
Here is Scott.
I pump those numbers up.
All right, let's take the top off. Okay, so
Oh,
just so
God.
everyone knows,
Don't choke, dude. Ground cinnamon. Here we go.
taking the top off.
Oh no. Oh wow. Look at that. Oh,
All right.
that's it. All right, you gotta be quick with it. Don't exhale or inhale at all. Just go. Let's go.
Give in to the dark side. Please do not
Wow.
inhale, dog.
You're so...
You gotta understand, man. We ate MRE crackers.
No way. You took it. I'm not even gonna lie. You took it.
It's not the only thing you.
It stuck to his mouth with the water. Oh, dude. Wow. How you feeling?
I follow the Bushido code.
Very impressive.
Not even much of a reaction. I'm surprised.
Oh fuck! It was so hard not to breathe in.
I'm gonna make sure.
They
Patrick...
tell you don't breathe in. That's so much more difficult than it sounds when you just have dry chunk of cinnamon in your mouth that you can't swallow. Holy fuck! I'm washing it down with monster. Oh.
Disappointed.
Ah.
I'm gonna make sure.
I'm just a fucking champion. I can't help you with that. Like, I'm sorry. Oh, dude, I got peanut butter on my. I got peanut butter falling off my beard.
It's a good look.
Now that it's melting.
Oh no! You gotta
You may
clean
not
that
li-
off. You gotta clean that off, man.
All
You
right,
may
are
not
we
like
getting
this,
rid of the
boys,
peanut
but
butter?
This is what peak alpha
It's
looks
it's
like.
on your shirt at this point. Are we in too deep?
It fucking sucks.
We're just
Oh,
putting
God.
Scott through
No.
torture.
Okay, I gotta wash this off. It's
Okay.
like
It's
dripping
yeah.
off of my warm face.
It's for
Just
the
get a
kids,
towel.
Scott. It's
Oh
for
my
the
God.
kids.
It is for the children, but I'll be back. I'm taking a break. I'm gonna go fucking wash my face.
So Scott is taking a face wash break.
All right.
Arguably well deserved. We don't know.
Could be. Could be.
All right.
Okay. Well, then there were two.
Where did Ben take a break? So we've
No,
got
I just
we're
gotta- I
at
don't know why.
$741. Donation from Dima Bilan for the kids. It's funny.
For the-
I know exactly who Dima Bilan is. That's so funny. If you guys don't know, Dima Bilan is like the Russian Justin Bieber. It's a pseudonym, but we have $741, so close to that halfway point. And once we hit the big 750, we will be doing another wheel spin. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at some more donations. We have a lot of donations. 25 donations and counting now.
Oh my.
Let's see. Yeah, that's $50 donation a minute ago. $100 donate. Holy wow, dude. That's so stupid. Holy wow. All right, Pat Newman in the waiting room. Here we go. Next speaker.
Oh,
Cronyism. He's got cronyism ready. Are you gonna ask him to e-sign it?
Yes,
sign it?
I'm gonna ask him so I can get two signatures in one book.
How you doing, Dr. Newman?
Good. About yourself?
Fantastic. The stream is a big success so far. We've raised close to 750 now.
Oh, that's great.
So, chat, this is Dr. Patrick Newman. So how are you doing, Dr. Newman?
I'm doing good. What about yourself?
Fantastic. This has probably been a big last couple months for you. You released Cronyism. How's it been, in the last couple of months after the release?
It's been good. It's there's been sales. People have been buying the book, going on podcasts to talk about it. Most famously, I guess, Rob Schneider tweeted about it. Oh, and I see the book there, Prax Ben. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, so it's been going well. I am actually using it in a class I'm teaching next semester. So I guess now my students, of course, joked. They said that the fact that I'm making them buy my own textbook is an example of cronyism. But I quickly sort of moved past that right there. But yeah, it's been going well. I'm looking forward. I'm actually starting to write sort of another book, kind of continuing the story. But yeah, it's been selling well, been promoting it. So I'm very happy with the release.
And that is very good to hear. Just to let you know, we have Scott, and he's gonna help us have a conversation. But he had to leave because we had a donation milestone challenge, and he smeared peanut butter all over his face, and he has to go wash it off. As you do when you get peanut butter on your face.
Yeah.
So with cronyism, I mean, you've done a whole bunch of work with the Mises Institute and writing, most notably, publishing newer work of Murray Rothbard, deciphering the alien script that he has. What compelled you to write about cronyism?
So I was, I guess initially just move my mic a little closer. I'm not sure. I was approached when I was working on Conceived in Liberty, the 5th volume. I was approached by Hunter Lewis, who is a prominent donor and board member of the Mises Institute. He has a book, Crony Capitalism in America. That's the Hunter Lewis. He's also written a book, Where Keynes Went Wrong. I believe that's what it's titled. Right there as well. And he approached me to write a book on the history of crony capitalism in the United States. And I said, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to do it. I started working on it in the spring of 2019. And as I worked on it, I realized I wanted to concentrate more on the earlier period of American history. And so that's where this book basically came from. I was approached to write a book on crony capitalism, and I finished the book in early 2021, and then the Mises Institute published it, and that's basically the story of it. So I'm hoping to be the first book in out of many, on this, on cronyism, because it's such a exhaustive and in-depth topic.
So I believe this was a question that was asked at the supporter summit, but I want to clarify it for the viewers right now. What made you choose this particular time period for cronyism?
Yeah, so when I was working on Conceived in Liberty, Rothbard, that was, Rothbard's project in American history, and it turned out to just be a 5-volume series on early American history. Rothbard ended really with the Constitution, and I wanted to continue the story, focusing more on cronyism and less just American history in general, but look at, okay, from a Rothbardian perspective, what did we do at the beginning of the nation's founding in the 1790s? Did Jefferson change things? What did Andrew Jackson do, et cetera? And so I wanted to work on that part of history, really because in one sense, it could kind of provide a missing gap in between Rothbard's 5th volume of Conceived in Liberty and the Progressive Era.
I've got something since Liam isn't back yet. So from what I understand, you're starting a podcast with Tho Bishop on Rothbardian history. So when are we expecting that to pop up? And also, could you explain to the audience what Rothbardian history means?
Yeah, sure. So this podcast called Liberty versus Power, right? The subtitle of cronyism. I believe the first episode should be released next week, I want to say. So Wednesday of next week. And focusing on Rothbardian history, the first season, I think we're going to focus on my book, go through that in depth. Then after that, we're just going to talk about some early Americans, some foundational libertarians, some Jacksonians, guys like John Randolph, et cetera. And then we want to kind of move on to later American history stuff Rothbard wrote in the Progressive Era, stuff relating to my own book I sort of want to work on next, et cetera. So when we talk about Rothbardian history, really, it's a history that's looking at the motivations of politicians. Really, it's a history of cronyism. So it's a history of, what politicians were pushing for various special interest policies, how they themselves benefited, what were the relevant business interests behind this, and also were there any important libertarians that were at least trying to fight this or sort of prevent this. So this is really a history of liberty versus power, of cronyism, and it's applying Mises's analysis known as thymology, so of why humans acted, really just psychologizing. So I'm most influenced by Rothbard, by his economics and his history, and I'm very excited to talk about it on a podcast.
Reference, you've had different releases with Conceived in Liberty and Rothbard. The reception of cronyism has been so great in the first couple of months of its release. To you, though, is there anything that makes this release different than your past releases and your past books?
Well, the first thing is that this is my own product, right? So I edited the 2 Murray Rothbard books, The Progressive Era and Conceived in Liberty, the 5th volume, The New Republic. Those were books that I had edited, so they weren't actually my own, right? I just kind of had to talk about stuff that, how Rothbard might have responded to certain things or, why it's important now. This is my own product, so I can certainly promote it on my own. It's my writing. I didn't just edit it. I actually wrote the whole thing. And they're also, I'd like to say, not saying they're better than Rothbard's, my book's better than Rothbard's unpublished books, but it is more polished in the sense that it was published in my lifetime. I did, read over it multiple times. It's not just like an unfinished manuscript, so to speak. And yeah, I've been able to promote it. I've been able to go on podcasts, go on, social media. For my other 2 books, I also didn't have social media. I created a Twitter account like in the middle of this year, and I use it to promote my book as well as talk about current events for inflation and post funny GIFs and stuff. So I look at this, really the book, as kind of a stepping stone. You want to have your own product, so to speak. So for future books, just for other stuff, I can always comment and I can say, hey, you can buy this, etc. So it's just nice to have your own product, so to speak.
As opposed to editing, Murray Rothbard's past work, how did the work process change? Obviously, it's very tedious to go over someone else's work and try to dictate it from your best judgment on what he was trying to put across, and also, not to mention his handwriting, which was hard to decipher on its own. If you read Rothbard's annotations in the Mises library, you'd probably get a sample of that. But how did the writing process change as a scholar, putting your heart and everything you have into your own craft? How does it change from editing?
Yeah, so when it comes to writing, the toughest part about writing, I'd say, is actually editing, in the sense that not just when I edited Rothbard's work, I would maybe change a little grammar or some punctuation, etc. Editing, it comes to a book, is you have to be willing to destroy what you've created. You have to condense what you've written, take things out, etc. It's similar to making a movie, right? A movie's an hour and a half, or a TV show, an episode's 50 minutes. They have twice as much material, right? And instead they cut it down, they take things out, they refilm things, etc. And this is a much more intensive process. So writing it, starting from the beginning, writing, designing how you're going to lay the whole thing out, and then cutting it down. The original manuscript, the length was about 550 pages. I cut it down to about 350. So really the most important thing I can say is you have to be willing to destroy what you've created. You have to be willing to really rewrite things, etc. So it's an important thing to do, because a lot of times authors get wedded to their words. They say, oh no, I don't want to touch something. What I've written remains, and they're only going to make some minor edits. But in order to evolve, you have to be willing to make those cuts.
I have an interesting, hopefully an interesting question. As someone that's so intimately familiar with Rothbard's writing, and I don't necessarily mean just like the philosophy behind it, but also the prose and the grammar and etc. How do you feel like Rothbard's writing changed from his earlier works, kind of discovering, more on the economic side, and then later as he's revitalizing Benjamin Tucker and, gaining a deeper understanding of Lysander Spooner and, going from that original place where he's like, hey, maybe we're anarchists, maybe we're not, maybe we're non-anarchists, right? To later in life where he's, no, we're in the vein of Proudhon and Spooner and Tucker and Voltairine de Cleyre and Josiah Warren. Like, how do you think that changed the way he wrote?
Well, I think that's a great question. Well, one, it is just something, from all of our perspective, this is very alien. Rothbard wrote with a typewriter, right? Right. So we have computers. We can write things. We can take things out. We can quickly search things online. We can edit things. Writing in a typewriter is a totally different animal. It's a totally different writing style. If you make a mistake, you have to make a hand note, or you're going to have to literally rewrite the entire page. So that alone makes it a different sort of experience. But I would say as he grew, his writing certainly became more radical. One, because when he was writing in the 50s and 60s, he was writing for a conservative audience that was very much influenced by the Cold War. So the Volcker Fund, which funded him to write Man, Economy, and State, and incidentally, America's Great Depression, a lot of those people were, oh yeah, we're free market, but yeah, we also need to bomb the Soviets. right? And this ended up costing
Right. This
Rothbard.
is when
yeah.
he's like even defending fascism for stopping communism, like in the early days, right? Because it's like, hey, this fascism's a terrible idea, but like, hey, at least it's not as bad as communism. And later, he's way more radical.
Yeah, I mean, and that was Mises had comments like that. Rothbard, you know, he was initially writing columns for National Review, but he in the early 60s related to his anarchism, which is very controversial. That's why he had to cut Power and Market from Man, Economy, and State. Initially, he wrote Power and Market in the 50s along with Man, Economy, and State. He basically, he became more radical, and he became more, I guess you could say, I don't know if strident's the right word, but he became more vocal. He was willing to call things, a spade, so to speak. So he was going to point out coercion and so on. So I guess related to that, I have, I'm looking at it right now, literally, I have a letter from the archives that I typed up, and it's actually from someone, I could read it. He's writing a letter to someone known Robert Kephart in 1983. And this is someone who helped fund him for the Libertarian Forum and et cetera. And he was, the paraphrase of the letter, he was basically saying, my wife was talking to Ralph Raico the other day, and she said, Murray has never been careful with his writing. He's always been too strident or too vocal. And he said, absolutely. He said, I was criticizing all these people when, it was bad for my career, pointing things out. Herbert Hoover was an interventionist. Reagan was bad, et cetera. I could have not done all that. And instead I got a much better career. And he said, but why did I do it? Because no one else was doing it. Right. So he sort of took it upon himself to do it. So as his writing evolved, he became more independent. He became more expressive in his ideas. Did that absolutely cost him professional acclaim? Yeah, it did. No doubt about that. But I mean, he thought it was the right thing to do.
Fair enough. Thank you.
I have a question. So, who would you say is the most influential libertarian figure, like post, like Rothbard period? Like, you got like in that period, Rothbard, Milton Friedman, people from the Chicago School, all that. And actually, let's make it specific to America. The most influential American libertarian figure
since the 90s, basically. Yes. Yeah.
Actually, I'm sorry. Did I say post? I meant pre. Prior to that period.
Prior. Yep. Okay, yeah, because if it was post, I was gonna say Ron Paul. If it was pre-90s, or really pre those guys, so I'd have to see like an HL. If you're going pre those guys, then you're going really like 1920s, 1950s type deal, and then you're getting into excluding people like Mises, but you're getting, like Henry Hazlitt, or you saying H.L. Mencken and Albert J. Nock, etc. So those guys were big. There was John Flynn. So you're getting a lot of people associated with the old right, sort of the anti-New Deal coalition. So those people were very big during, from the 1920s to the 1950s, et cetera. It'd be hard to sort of choose one of them because I don't think any of them were particularly dominant during those years. They were kind of ostracized because of various, the Great Depression, World Wars, et cetera. So many of them, they lost influence during that time period. But if I had to choose someone, I would say, Ayn Rand is still associated in that 50s group, but I would say probably like a Henry Hazlitt, if we're moving past Austrians.
If you, because I encounter a lot of this in the Twitch space, where I go on debates and I bring in some radical lefties, right, that are intrigued because they've only kind of engaged with the memes of anarcho-capitalism, and they find out like, yeah, we're against, large corporations using regulatory capture, and they find some level of similarity between us and some of their values within Marxism with an entirely different philosophy. if I was trying to engage, almost like convert or engage in some level of individual praxis, with the more radical like ANCOMs, ANSOCs, classical Marxists, what would be one book that you would say like, check this book out from someone that is already like very anti-capitalist, but very intrigued by how minarchism and anarcho-capitalism is so radically different than a large state structure, mixed economy, and how we, in many ways, view the world in our deconstruction of it in the same way. Like, what book would you say is like, this is the thing that maybe gives them a good understanding of why we're ANCAPs and not communists, for example?
Yeah, I mean that's a good question. I was going to say, I don't know if you're talking about an idea or a concept. I would have said that the whole Marxist class analysis comes from libertarianism. You know, Karl Marx, his whole exploiter versus exploiter, capitalist exploiting proletariat, et cetera. That actually was a perversion of the original class analysis of the French economist Charles Comte and Charles Dunier, who viewed it as the government's exploiting the non-government people, right? And so showing the similarities between them. In terms of a book, I mean, I would almost wager to say egalitarianism is a revolt against nature and other essays, simply because Rothbard's Left Right in Prospects for Liberty, that's a very important essay. You know, that's when Rothbard was trying to communicate sort of to Marxists, et cetera. There's also For New Liberty. I guess more recently, there is the it's by Carney. It's called The Big Ripoff: How Big Businesses. It came out in like 2006. So I forget the subtitle, but it's like how big businesses work with government to hurt, you know, the taxpayer or something. But it's called The Big Ripoff. I believe it's the guy's name is Timothy Carney. The last name's Carney. You know, just something like that. Going through, you know, just some examples, trying to appeal to people, I guess. I'd have to think about that, you know, regarding, okay, you know, more nuanced approaches. But I would say starting with those books, those would be good. Or, you know, just even essays, like something like Anatomy of the State, or, you know, Left, Right, etc. Sorry, I'm nursing a cold.
I just did the cinnamon challenge, so you have no excuse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. It must be the Oh my God variant. So.
Oh my God. Hey, yo, you know what? Prey in the Omicron variant is as non-lethal and as transmissible as it appears to be.
Yeah,
because that might be our saving grace.
Yeah, exactly. But so yeah, that's the those are the books I would say. Really,
I usually funnel them to Anatomy of the State, but it's hard. But I sometimes find it lacking in terms of dealing with the Marxist philosophy.
Yeah, have you looked at Rothbard's Left, Right, and Prospects for Liberty? I think that's the name.
I'm starring that to look at it again.
Because the way he argues is basically that, you know, this was at least his schema, that initially, you know, obviously liberals were the radical libertarians, conservatives were people who were clinging to the old mercantilist order, and sort of showing how well initially, you know, libertarians, they're on the side of the left, and so on. The left, the modern left, grew sort of as a perversion from that. So that's when he was writing that to try and appeal to the left primarily. So I'd say that's something to definitely look into.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, also maybe some of his essays, you know, shitting on neocons as you know, after he leaves National Review.
Yeah, exactly. That stuff would be, you know, would be good to look at.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Newman, obviously, the stream we're trying to emphasize the good in voluntary charity, and trying to show that this is truly the way to help people out, instead of being stolen from or being coerced. What does it mean to you, being free to choose? Does it mean anything to you personally?
Well, it certainly means having the ability to patronize certain businesses or to adhere to certain rules, having that exit. So, if one business wants to impose mask requirements, then okay, they have a right to do that, but they also have a right not to do that. and you have a right to go to that restaurant. You also have a right not to go to that restaurant. It means, having private property, being able to decide what you want to do with it, and so on. And I think this is, as I teach my students, these are very important concepts. They're really fundamental for modern civilization and the rising living standards that we just sort of take as automatic. But a lot of people don't really understand that, and that definitely worries me, which means that the battle for ideas is not even anywhere close to being over.
Sorry, I'm having a mic issue on the stream. It's kind of getting delayed. Sorry about that. So we talked about volunteerism, obviously, earlier in the stream. Volunteerism in Action is a nonprofit dedicated to doing this, right? But the thing is, a lot of kids in this generation, Generation Z, are motivated by good in their heart. They want to be able to help poor people. They want to be able to provide housing, but they do it off of the backs of others and do it through theft, which is a natural rights violation. So in response, how do you think we could get more people on our side in trying to help these people out, but through a private cause?
Yeah, I really think that just comes from providing more and more empirical evidence, or just sort of case studies showing this. So when I was getting involved in libertarianism, I had read essays on the Industrial Revolution or the Great Depression, or just the financial crisis was also going around, which is big. So I think just really trying to appeal. I'm a natural rights libertarian. I've always found that the best way to appeal to people initially is you go with the this is what Joe Salerno has taught me anyway. You go with the utilitarian argument, and then you bring them to the natural rights. So it's sort of like the utilitarianism is almost like a gateway drug, and then you kind of hook them in that way. So you basically try and show how actually taxation, higher taxes leads to, reduced living standards for the middle class, or, this burdensome social safety net, how this whole system of entitlements actually relies on the middle class and it's a drag on them. And you keep going through that, and you try and provide, as many examples throughout history and across countries in the modern era as you can, and just obviously using the right platform. So if you're trying to appeal to younger people, you want to try and do it on social media, etc. So I view my, in a sense, making memes is actually not as new as people think it is. We just kind of think it is. There was a famous, political cartoonist in the late 1800s. His name was Thomas Nast. And he's most famous for showing exposing the corruption of Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall. He's also one of the first political cartoonists to show the Republican elephant with the Democratic donkey, right? And all of that. And so, he was drawing these little cartoons that would be able to really show these various cronies looting the public. And this appeal, he didn't use that many words because this appealed to an audience that was immigrant and foreign based, and they couldn't really read English, but he still got to them, right? And in a sense, his motives and everything wasn't necessarily libertarian, but that's many libertarians still did that. And that's kind of what people are doing today, right, with memes. So it's just about trying to find the message in the appropriate medium to go. But I would say really empirical evidence and targeting people in a certain way. I mean, I don't know if TikTok is I think there's promise there. But I don't know. I'm too
old for that.
I'm too old. Yeah.
TikTok is
I'm like Danny Glover and Lethal Weapon.
You got two millennials here. I know that you like to talk about inflation. And so one of the things that I thought might be interesting to field to you is, do you think that it's better to start discussing inflation in terms of the producer price index as opposed to the inflation that's currently in the market? Not because it could be more predictive of future inflation to hit the shelves, which is, good, but more importantly, to begin to kind of force in the argumentation when we're talking about inflation from the idea of a much larger macroeconomic perspective, right? Because I think a lot of times when you talk about inflation to normies, right, they sometimes fail to see how entangled our economy is to manufacturing to shipping to shortages in other countries and things like that. And that maybe by discussing inflation from the producer price index perspective, and talking about future inflation, so that like when we can talk about it, like, hey, producer, like for example, the producer price index just went up to 9.6% over a 1 year period. But we're only, I think, like 6.4 or something currently in terms of what's on the shelves. What are the costs right now? And maybe we can kind of sneak in by talking about inflation this way, a little bit of like forced education on the idea that like it's not just the grocery store, but it's the trucking and it's the manufacturing and it's like what's happening in the farms, and like understanding that the economy is a lot more complex than many many of the uninitiated within this kind of, like nerdy space of economics talks maybe don't realize.
Yeah. I think it's good to definitely look at the producer price index too, to show that, try and explain how things are related, because your average person, they don't really understand inflation. They don't really understand the price system, obviously. Mm-hmm. When they care about inflation,
no one understands the price system. We're Austrian economists.
Yeah,
here.
Exactly. Well, we can only talk about it in the abstract. Your average person, they care about the price of gas and a couple items because that's what they remember. But I certainly think it's good to also talk about the producer price index, show how they're related, show what's causing it. Because you do want people to understand that, especially because there is the production structure, as Austrian economists argue. And it is important for people to realize, what's causing the inflation, where it's coming from, et cetera. So I would, say absolutely use the producer price index. I would say just from a rhetorical, strategic point, try and tie it in with the consumer price index, because that's what people care about, right? Okay. But it's certainly important to bring that in as well.
Yeah, I mean, especially when talking about rhetoric, that's a lot of what I do is debating people on Twitch. That's mostly what we're doing here. Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems to be the only way to grab attention for our cause and try and normalize NCAP on the space.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Newman, we have one more question, and then we'll unshackle you. We'll allow you to go. So, with the release of cronyism, do you think you sort of have a blueprint for the next couple of years and even beyond for future releases and what you plan to do in your career?
So right now I'm actually working on a manuscript with Joe Salerno. We just finished the rough draft. It's about 150 pages or so on the history of Rothbard's evolution as an economist in the 1950s. So him writing Man, Economy, and State, and just how he sort of moved from a standard neoclassical training at Columbia to becoming his own Austrian economist, how he learned Mises' system to then how he was adding on to that. I'm hoping that will come out later next year, early 2023. So like December 2022 to like March 2023. That's where we're aiming on. My project after that I would like, that'd be working on concurrently is the next 100 years of cronyism. So sort of from like 1849 to 1949 and various other projects related to that. That's what I'd like to go on so far, but I'd also like to write things on the history of economic thought. I think Joe Salerno and I, we've spoken about a textbook in Austrian economics, but those are more far off. But initially I can say the manuscript on Man, Economy, and State and Rothbard, as well as the next sort of volume on cronyism.
Thank you so much.
Actually, Liam,
one more.
If I may.
Yeah.
Before Dr. Newman leaves, I actually would like to say something about what he answered to your question. Dr. Newman gave like the perfect answer to Liam's question. Everything he said was absolutely on point, down to even like the TikTok thing, because that's what I do. I talk about Austrian economics, anarcho-capitalism and stuff on TikTok, and I've been able to achieve 176,000 followers, which is crazy for someone into like anarcho-capitalism and stuff. So I have conservatives, leftists, and people like that see my content, and the main ways to reach these young people is talking about, starting from like a utilitarian standpoint, exactly like he said, showing them empirical evidence and stuff, and then going into, then you see these people go off and start reading Rothbard, start reading Hoppe, and then, they become like solid anarcho-capitalists. And I've seen hundreds of young people change. And if you want to, I think you should be very optimistic about the young generation of libertarians coming up. If you want to see it for yourself, I would say go to Tom Wood's episode. I think it's episode 1997, if I'm not mistaken. His one about Gen Z, and read the comments in there from all the Gen Z people. People should be very optimistic about this. We're seeing a lot of young people turn into libertarians, and it was great hearing Dr. Newman's perfect response to that.
I don't want to see you blue-haired people.
Thanks. I just wrote down the episode number and the Gen Z thing, so I'll check it out. But thanks, I appreciate it. So yeah, I agree. So the congratulations on the TikTok. Keep doing that. Again, start with, like I said, you go with the utilitarian empirical evidence, the gateway drug. It's the opposite dare approach. Basically, you gotta get people hooked. And then,
I find in debates and stuff with radical lefties, you can, if you try and go from a deontological or virtue ethicist position, like you're stuck in the weeds. Everyone hates you and they call you philosophy bro, and you never actually get anything achieved because you're not working within their normative ethics framework.
Yeah, exactly. So again, there's always theory in the abstract, and then there's strategy, the execution, the application, the teaching of the theory. That's a very important thing. So thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Of course, thank you so much for being on. It's a really busy week with finals and whatnot.
Yeah.
But we really appreciate you making time to come onto this podcast. Easily the best libertarian podcast on the web. I mean, everyone loves us.
Yeah.
But thank you so much.
Easy there.
Thank you. All right, have a good one, guys.
Yep, stay safe.
All right.
Bonsoir.
And if you guys love reading about history, then pick up his book. Of course, it's on Amazon and the Mises Institute store.
So we have a lot of donations to read out. We are at $812, which is quite a milestone so far. So a couple things to announce. Obviously, lots of donations since we last had open discussion. So I'm going to read a few of those out, but I'd like to announce that I'm going to be giving away a shirt from capitalistwave.com to the top donor. So whoever
what was it? I just want to interrupt for just a second. What was the episode number, Praxman?
I believe it's 1997. It's somewhere around there, right in that. It's like,
thank you,
4 episodes around there. It might be 1998, something like that.
All right, so we've got quite a few donations in the past half hour. We're gonna start with Choid Savior for Zelf. Doobie gave me that poor Choid. Doobie, give that poor Choid his image perms back. Fucking fascist. Merry Christmas. $2.
Doobie's amazing.
$10 from C Cup. Proverbs 19:17. Boots, $25 from Boots. Literally only doing this despite people on Discord. $10 from Connie. We've got $4 from Toasty. Hopefully it'll make some kiddos' Christmas better. Thank you so much, Toasty. We appreciate it. Operation Madman, $10. And then
thanks, Operation Madman.
Dorito Pie matching a donation once again. Dreams come true. Follow your path. God is good, Sophia. So that is it's all our donations in the past half hour. So we are at $812. That is, like, I'm still kind of processing this. A lot of money, and it's going to a great cause. So thank you guys so much. Once again, once we hit $900, it's time to punish Scott. I say this because
you better fucking not.
I say this because it's happened to him the last 3 times.
Yeah.
Scott, that question you asked Dr. Newman earlier about like a good book to recommend to people. I don't know if you've seen this one, Busting Myths About the State and the Libertarian Alternative by Zach Rofer. This is a pretty good one for that. It's like relatively short. And so the chapters are like the statist view, myths about the nature of the state, the free market, myths justifying the need for the state, myths about libertarianism. So it's pretty good.
That seems like
you know,
that seems like something to suggest to more probably to
Yeah.
right wingers.
So
it's good
Okay.
for right wingers, as definitely. But it does like have a whole chapter on like the free market, and it talks about Austrian economics and stuff. Which
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
Pretty good. That one's pretty good for socialists as well. But yeah.
I gotta dip out for a minute. I'm sorry.
completely fine, man.
And see you soon, Mark.
We just got a $20 donation as we speak. But yeah, top donator, $150 is the price to beat, guys. So if you donate $151, I will give you a T-shirt that is worth significantly less of value, but it's still. I mean, you're getting some of your money back.
You can't determine.
You're giving away my
can't-
T-shirts.
Giving
No, you
away
can't-
Ben's T-shirt. I'll buy it.
Don't
it.
pretend like you can solve the economic calculation.
I just got
problem,
this
sir.
one today. The Hoppa privatize everything.
If
shirt.
you like, that's at the Mises Institute in person. They have a ton of those. If you can beat $150, I will give you a T-shirt. I'll kiss it and send it out. Just kidding. I'll put in your address on the website. But whoever beats 150, free T-shirt. I'll pull them up right now. $20 from Naho. Doobie smells like tacos. This is true. I can confirm. I sniff him pretty often. He does smell like tacos. So I'll pull up a Capitalist Wave T-shirt right now.
Oh my god.
We had Ben. I believe he hired a graphic designer to make these shirts, and here's a couple of them. So these are the ones I'll be giving away. Any one of these T-shirts we have, they're all pretty cool looking. Oh wait, it's not. Hold on. What is this? Blank blocked. I'll make sure to leave a link in the chat. But here's a great example. If I can actually bring it up, that'd be so great. It's not letting me.
Want me to go grab mine?
Oh yeah, that'd be perfect actually.
If I can find it.
The shirts are awesome though. There's one of Ludwig von Mises fighting Karl Marx in a samurai fight.
I'm sending something that someone in my community made into the group Discord. Oh, dang it. That's not what I meant to put. Hold on 1 second. I'm uploading the file as we speak. It's amazing. Give me just a second.
We've got quite a few cool shirts though. We have one of Hans Hermann Hoppe physically removing Marx. Yep, that's the one I'm talking about right there.
Look in the group DM.
Jesus
I got this
Christ.
one.
You have to show this on your stream.
I don't know if I want to. When was this made?
Just now.
Where am I?
You're in there somewhere.
I don't think I am. We've got Mark. Mark is the game leader. Okay, hold on. Let's show him the shirt again, Ben. It's Hans Hermann Hoppe physically removing Karl Marx. Very cool, very cool. I love the helicopter in the back. That's like the perfect.
He said you're not in it because you're the master.
I'm the Oh shit,
That's why you're not. That's why you're not in the photo.
I'm the old man. That's fair. I gotta show this to the stream, man. Hold on. This is just something you gotta show the stream. This is like art, basically. If you think about it, I mean, it is art. This is art.
He's a
Take a
friend
look at
of mine that's an anarcho-capitalist Cuban Twitch streamer. He's because of his internet in between situations, he's not doing a lot of streaming. He's an ANCAP Cuban, immigrated and survived communism the first 14 years of his life.
Wow.
And is working on making comic books inspired by his philosophical background and getting into that space of art, which I think is really important. There's not enough charisma. There's not enough talking heads. There's not enough art, right? I think people very often get lost in the weeds that like if we just argue the economics and the politics enough, we'll win this fight. And it's like you're not winning this fight if you're not arguing the philosophy, if you're not creating art, if you're not creating media. If you let them control, if you let the leftist dialectic philosophy maintain control over media and movies and comic books and popular art and music, like we're going to lose this fight no matter how hard we fight the political fight.
Absolutely right. I mean, I just came back from shutting my window and I heard the last 10 seconds of it, but
But yeah, he's working on comic books and stuff. So whenever I need a meme, he's like, it's done in like 10 seconds. He's like, I got you.
That's super cool, dude. What I wanted to bring up, I'm scared to bring it up because I don't want to get my stream terminated. The Ghislaine Maxwell trial, going on right now.
Oh God,
absolutely insane.
Charity stream with a warning label from YouTube at the bottom.
Charity stream where we're raising money for children. We talk about pedophiles. Whoops. Guys, listen.
All right, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Donate $1,000.
No, I was kidding.
Donate $1,000 if you think Maxwell is guilty, guys. If you don't donate, then you think she's innocent.
The question is not is she guilty. The question is how guilty is she?
How guilty is she, right?
How many things is she guilty of?
She's definitely Epstein was definitely the front runner there and like in charge of the whole operation. But she was like, it's really disgusting how it happened. She was like just scouting out young girls.
If you really want to go down a deep dark rabbit hole,
dude,
that is difficult for you to process.
I can only go so deep.
What I want you to do is I want you to Google at some point, or maybe DuckDuckGo it, FBI founders documents.
Oh God! And
just read the publicly available, heavily redacted files. Of groups of children being trafficked in the 90s in Tallahassee, Florida, with deep connections to the CIA.
Mm-hmm. I mean, dude, the feds are more involved in this than a lot of people would like to admit. And a lot of it is because of American partisanship, and people see their politicians as gods, right? Clinton visited Epstein's Island 27 times without Secret Service during his presidency. Why the fuck would he visit it 27 times without Secret Service during his presidency? What other reason? But people worship these politicians like a god. They see their political party as something holy and amazing, and we should love everyone that comes out of it.
It's Marcuse. Have you read any Marcuse?
No.
So this is where the real issue comes in with the libertarians. You got to understand your enemy. You need to read some Marcuse.
I think people are blinded. At a young age, they're taught to, pledge their allegiance to America and to political parties, and they spend a lot of their time focusing on these political parties, a lot of the times making donations, and as a result, their morality is kind of being fogged by their commitment to this political party. So, I mean, I'm not speaking for all Democrats or Republicans, but I know a lot of people that refuse to believe or even take note of the horrible things Bill Clinton did or may have done, or because he's a Democrat, or because they pledge their allegiance to him, right? And, as a result, people deny terrible things, and the cycle continues. It happens in democracy. It is an inherent feature of democracy, and there's really not quite much we can do about it through democracy itself. I mean, we can't fix democracy through democratic means. That doesn't make any sense. That's like
right. That's like Emma Goldman said, if voting changed anything, they wouldn't let you do it.
Right. If voting changed anything, there wouldn't be pedophiles in the federal government. But
well, have you read? So this is one of the major reasons why I think Mark and I really focus on education reform first and foremost. Have you read Stirner's essay on education?
I don't believe so. I haven't read much Stirner.
Most people haven't, because he's a terrible writer and he's crazy. But yeah, so read his essay on it, because one of the things that he talks about that's really interesting is he talks about the old school type of education and the new school type of education. And the new school type of education, I mean, he's very predictive of the problems of educations. And that's because it's prescriptive knowledge, right? It's know this date, know how these things occurred, have these skills, such as mathematical skills, et cetera. But one of the things it doesn't do is teach you how to be free, teach you philosophy, teach you how to think, teach you how to critically engage or rationally engage with literature and science and the process and how to think, right? Instead, it teaches you what to think. And that's if we're going to have any change. Okay. Okay. If we're going to have any change, you're definitely going to have to, I think, start with education first. Right. I think the biggest thing libertarians need to be focusing on is not the Federal Reserve. It's not tax structure. It's not inflation. It's not economic issues. The biggest thing we have to fix first and foremost is we need to work with constitutional conservatives and Republicans to get school choice, school vouchers, more means that make it easier and more accessible to homeschool children.
Right.
Because we've got to change the next generation coming, because this is not going to be a fast process.
And even I believe it was 1978 when legislation was signed to effectively make state schooling the number one priority in America for school. 1978, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is when the legislation was signed. And even when we had local schooling, our schooling was so much better. So much better. We were ranked number one across the board in America for schooling. And then we have
some of that has to do with the problem is that the 70s and 80s pumped a fudge ton of money into education, as part of like Buckley's neoconservative movement to fight communism. And one of the things that America was an early adopter on, far surpassing any other nation in the world, is we were the first to put a large amount of guidance counselors in school. Now, guidance counselors' job was to try and funnel children towards college, which was the beginning of the end of, I would say, the beginning of the end of the academic system, along with government sponsoring loans, et cetera, and federal regulations. But the good thing about that, right, was that you had clinically trained professionals that were trained in psychotherapy techniques and psychology, put into the schools. It's important sometimes to recognize the successes of the state and understand why they succeeded and understand why the free market could do them better. Because if we don't do that, we end up in a position when debating statists that we're unaware of the good things that the state did via evil means. They violated natural law, but that doesn't mean that they didn't have positive effects. And so some of the reasons why the 70s were such a boom in schooling was the instantiation of that.
Whoa,
You're right?
We just got a pretty big donation.
Tell us about it.
I'm picking it
Like
up right
10
now.
inches?
We got 3 donations in the past few minutes. $25 from Anonymous, $5 from Shen Bapiro. Happy Hanukkah.
Nice.
$100 from Ariel. Doobie guilt tripped me. Happy Christmas, y'all. Thank you so much, Ariel, Shen Bapiro, and Anonymous.
Nice.
We're at $962, and I think you guys know what that means. You guys know what that means?
Spin that wheel.
That means we're spinning that damn wheel.
Let's
$900 milestone. Spin that
Let's
wheel.
go. I will do
aka
anything on that challenge that I can do, but I'm not doing the fucking peanut butter again.
Spin that wheel, aka Punish Scott, because it's fun. You guys, we're almost close to that. We're almost very, very nearly at that $1,000 milestone there. Just a reminder, top donor gets a free T-shirt from Capitalist Wave, paid for by your beautiful, wonderful host, Liam. He's a really sexy guy, and he's great. Anyways, wheel spin. I pulled up the wrong wheel. I pulled up the wheel of death. Wheel of death first. We're not quite there. I'm gonna open the wheel of names. Bear with me. Name wheel. So yeah, please consider donating. I mean, though that $100 donation, even $2 is so generous. Can't talk. Generous, and will help these kids have a great Christmas. So here we go.
Don't let them be enslaved
Spinning
by
the wheel.
drones.
Birds aren't real, and oh god, it's gonna be me. It's barely me. It was almost Scott.
Better fucking not.
Oh god, dude. Oh no. Okay. Well, okay. I gotta do something. I don't know what it's gonna be.
We're gonna find out.
Let's open up the wheel of death. Oh god. Alright. Well, here we go. Wheel of death for me. I guess I had to do something at some point, so it's alright. We're gonna go with, let's see, lick a shoe, I think it's gonna be. It was almost
Lick a shoe. That's lamb.
Lick a shoe. Lick a
There
shoe
is
for
not
Liam. Lick a shoe.
There's not a shoe in my house I would lick.
There's a few pairs of shoes in my house that I would lick.
Especially not my work shoes. Ugh.
Oh god, dude. All right,
We're in a
well,
restaurant, licking your restaurant.
here we go.
shoe.
I'm gonna lick a shoe. I've got some right here, so I'm just gonna get into the nitty gritty. I wore these yesterday, so I'm just gonna lick it. I don't feel comfortable doing this, but Scott is coercing me. It's his fault.
Bow. Bow.
I'm just-
Bow.
I'm all right. Here we go. Here's a shoe. It's not that dirty on the bottom. Do I have to like go full like lick these?
Yeah, you got to go for it.
Dude, this is
You got to go like
this is a-
anti-smoking commercial.
This is a big
Lick.
shoe. This is like a size 12 and a half. I'm gonna go with a smaller shoe then.
How do you
Oh,
have
God.
smaller shoes? Is that one just on your shelf clean so that you
Yeah.
can try and impress the ladies?
No. These are
Where it
these are my-
says 12 and a half, ladies.
13.
I go
by the way.
skateboarding. And by skateboarding, I mean I wear skate shoes.
These were my old skate shoes that I barely even wore. But I don't want to do this. God, this is not something I'm looking forward to. All right, we're just gonna do it. These are my smaller shoes from a few years ago. We're just gonna go for it. Ah! So
Oh, you could hear that scraping on his tongue.
I know.
Yeah, you sounded like a cat. That was a clean shoe.
It was not clean. There's stuff.
That was a clean
There's
shoe.
some stuff on the bottom of it.
Not anymore.
Well, not in that one spot.
Tastes like you ever taste like mold? Like you ever accidentally bite into like a moldy bagel?
So we were in the army. So mold is an everyday part of our life.
I don't think I ever lived in a barracks that didn't have mold within it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I, on at least one occasion, had to eat food that was covered in sand from a sandstorm.
Ugh. Oh, that's worse than mold.
It is less than pleasant.
That is so bad. I mean, at least with mold, you can kind of like at its best, you can like scrape it off if you really have to. But sand, there's no getting sand out of your food.
So what you're saying is you hate sand and it gets everywhere?
Yeah,
It's coarse and rough.
everywhere. It's coarse
Gets
And it gets everywhere.
It gets everywhere. I love a good I love a good cheese, good melted Swiss cheeseburger. Yeah,
What?
I love a good melted Swiss cheeseburger.
I did not understand that reference.
No, unlike
Didn't?
Captain America, I did not get that reference.
I've had some good burgers in my time. I love a good
In your
What's
time,
the,
what are your 17 years on this earth?
good Swiss. It's the meme from the one Nazi dude. What's his name? I
the
don't
one
know.
Nazi.
Yeah, the one Nazi dude. There's not many of them anymore.
The bitch of Buchenwald? Is that what we're talking about?
Robert Reich, man.
Oh, okay.
Robert Reich is unironically a Nazi.
What?
I dislike.
Talking about the
just a joke.
talking about the
I-
commie
I dislike Robert
Secretary of Labor under Bill Clinton.
Reich. I dislike Robert Reich so much. We had to read some
I mean,
articles. He's just dumb.
you want to know? You want to know
he's
something really
fascist,
bad?
Basically.
You want to know
Yeah.
something really bad?
Huh.
I'm 31 years old. I started off as a socialist, and I used to love Robert Reich.
Reich? I mean, Robert Reich. I mean, he has Reich in his name. You really think about it. But we had to read his stuff for just an introduction college English 101 class. And we had to read some of his articles.
For English?
For English 101, we had to read some of his articles.
Oh my God! Tell
I
me your
wrote-
professor was a commie without telling me your professor was a commie.
I wrote over 1,000 word. It was like gosh, what was it? It was rhetoric analyzation or something like that. And so we had to basically analyze it and give our thoughts on it. And I wrote like over 1,000 word refutation on his article. And it was like, I hate Robert Reich not only because he's leftist economic. I don't hate lefties. I don't hate anyone really that's not hateful themselves. But his economic position is really stupid.
Nice backpedal there. Keep going.
His economic. His
I
position's
hate
dumb.
him. Well, I don't hate anybody. Just
His
for
position-
everyone
okay, listen,
watching,
I hate
I'm
his
totally
position.
a nice guy. But also, if you give me a few drinks and you get me alone, I will tell you how much I hate these people.
I hate his position, okay? His position is what I hate, not him himself. Anyways, besides the point, after I was so rudely interrupted by Scott. Robert Reich, the problem I have with him isn't as much of his ideology as how much he's like trying to make it seem like if you're poor, you can't be associated with rich people. Poor and rich people are natural enemies, and we must steal from the rich and give back to the poor. I think that is literally a big problem in inciting conflict and hate between rich and poor people in America. There's hardworking rich people and there's hardworking poor people, but if we if we take both of them and tell them to hate each other, and they see these differences and they start hating each other, then we're not being productive at all towards any sort of end goal that we have, right? If our end goal is to get poor people more money and have them be successful, then we can do that through some sort of system that you acquire merit through your work and you can make something yourself, also known as capitalism. What we can't do, though, is take something that only an economically illiterate person would push and someone who's corrupted by the state and wants to rid a market of competition and basically give the ruling class all the power, then you can support Robert Reich's idea. But his ideals, while maybe they might have good intent, I don't want to say they have good intent, there's a slight chance, but this would literally rid a market of competition and just make corporations all more powerful.
Have you actually read Marx and Critical Theorists?
Capital? Or like, yeah. I mean,
read Das Kapital. I get that.
Capital. But I've focused most of my work that I've written has been more focused on Gen Z and why we're approaching economics and politics the way that we are. Gen Z is almost half socialist as compared to like Gen X or even millennials. You'd think millennials are more socialist. They're only about 30% socialist as compared to Gen Z, which is 49%. So significant.
I completely disagree with that, because if you compare those polls to polls looking at how people define socialism and capitalism, you see they're completely misleading. Gen Z is a lot more capitalist than I would say even going back to like Gen X.
They're the most conservative generation economically and
yes,
politically.
I guess
not
Gen Z
socially.
Is very entrepreneurial.
Yeah,
not
socially.
As compared
If you take out socially, they're the most conservative generation since LBJ's Greatest Generation.
I guess
conservative than boomers and all them. But the thing is I think many people in this space don't realize is that I think if you really want to fight this fight, you got to understand the enemy. You got to start reading Critical Theorists. You got to read, if you want to fight critical race theory, you have to actually read Delgado and Stefanik and Kendi.
Do I have to?
You have to, but see, the thing is like when I hear you speaking, right? And you're like, here are the logical reasons why Robert Reich is wrong. You can call him Robert Reich if you want, but his name is Reich. Here are the logical reasons why he's wrong. And you're using basic logic from your framework to fight things that are instantiated in leftist philosophy way, way deeper. And I think it's important for a lot of ANCAPs and libertarians to really understand philosophically where this shit is coming from. Because if you don't understand where this is coming from and what ideas undergird them, then what you're doing is you're trying to use logic to beat ideas that are philosophically grounded that they already have, and everything you're saying is bouncing off of their armor, and they're just like, you have to attack their beliefs, and instead of attacking their beliefs, you're attacking their economic policies derived from their beliefs.
That's fair. I didn't see it from that point of view. I don't know. Everything I hate is socialism.
I came from the left, and my grandmother's a sociologist, right? So like I started quite a bit ahead of you guys, and also, I'm a lot older.
So yeah, that's fair. With my like age group, like late teenage boys, they pretty much we all went through a Ben Shapiro phase in middle school, when Ben Shapiro was kind of at his height of popularity, like 2015, through 2017. That is when Ben Shapiro started blowing up. Feminist, social justice warrior, gets epically owned by Chad Ben Shapiro. That's sort of what...
Such an interesting thing to see as a millennial.
Oh, yeah. I guess, even looking at like evolution of kids nowadays, or people younger than me, it's like, wow, I was informed in a completely different way, and this is really interesting to look at. I guess it's probably like that for you, but in tenfold, because when you were 16, you weren't watching Ben Shapiro epically owns leftist, social justice warrior, feminist, transgender. That's definitely not something you were doing as a 16 or
when I was 16. George W. Bush was president.
Right. I mean, I was
when I was
13.
18. when I was 18, I was coming into the job market as the economy was collapsing due to bankers.
Listen, man. I hate to interrupt
It
you.
was the 99%.
I hate to interrupt you. Oh yeah, the whole Wall Street. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I hate to interrupt you, but we just got a $200 donation from Ariel. Oh,
Christ.
I didn't know about this self-torture thing. Now I have to donate more. Also, top
Oh,
donor
no.
looks nice, so why not? Happy Christmas.
There you
Well,
go.
Listen, guys. There's one important
t-shirt.
thing. There's one important thing that means. Well, Ariel, first of all, you're the top donor as of right now. So we will be. Oh, if you're the top donor by the end of the stream, I will be shipping you out a T-shirt. We're 77% of our way there to the goal. Over $1,000 raised in less than 4 hours. We're on track to smash our last record. I'm sorry, I keep burping. We're on track to smash our previous record. We're about $60 away from destroying that record. So please, guys, keep donating.
Only
Ariel,
$60.
Ariel, give me more of your shekels, dude. Give me more of your shekels.
Poor Shadow Warden.
Poor Shadow Warden. Listen, Shadow Warden, donate $300 and I will personally come to your house and give you a kiss on the cheek.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Listen,
Yeah.
man.
Don't do that.
Especially not as a minor.
I won't keep promises I can't keep, especially as a minor. All right, I won't do that, Shadow Warden, but I will give you an e-kiss. Okay. But listen. That's not what's important right now.
Don't talk about e-kisses.
What's
in the
important
same,
right
in the
now
same stream
is
as
the
you talk
wheel
about
of
Ghislaine Maxwell.
What's important right now is the wheel of death. God damn it! That's what's important right now. And that's what we're going to. That's what we're going to focus on. Okay, aka the torture Scott wheel. Okay. Here's the wheel of death. You guys know the rules because we've done it like 10 times already. I don't like that noise you just made. All right.
On that whole Robert Reich thing, I kind of agree with both of you because like Robert Reich isn't a very philosophical guy, right? He's just gonna go up, he's gonna be like, so CEOs, they make 300 times the average worker, which isn't true, of course. And Robert Reich actually makes 36% more than the average CEO, which makes about 4 or 5 times more than the average worker.
When it applies to him, it doesn't matter. Anyway,
Yeah, so true.
Listen, wheel spin. It's time. I don't know why. Okay, I gotta fix this because different names keep popping up. People who weren't able to make it to the stream, and I expected to, so I'm just gonna remove them for good now. But
there you go.
Here we go. Wheel spin. The most anticipated event of the night is what? What is this? The 6th wheel spin? Something like that. I can do math. Here we go. We got Ben. All right.
Let's go.
Listen, Ben. All right, Ben. I don't know what I want to see here because you already ate the raw egg and you destroyed that. That was like it was too easy. But you know, I can't let up on anything. So let's see.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. Spinning the wheel of death.
Peanut butter.
We've got stream karaoke.
Oh no!
I kind of like that.
Let's go.
I kind of like that for Ben to be honest.
Let's go.
I'm kind of a fan.
Great.
He's like, why couldn't it be
Fantastic.
raw eggs? I staved off of my supplemental diet this morning
So
for
Ben,
this stream, and I can't get it again.
Ben, I will. You can choose a song, or I can pick a song for you. Either or, it's your choice.
I have no clue what song to do. Do you have any suggestions?
I do.
Obviously, anything by Bon Jovi.
No, I think we're gonna go. I think we're gonna go.
Freebird.
No, I think we're gonna go.
Freebird.
I'm in between Ocean Man and Barbie Girl. Too
How about
slow.
Somebody's Watching Me?
I don't think.
Got a feeling. Or like a Christmas song. You could sing something. You could sing like, I don't know, what Christmas song would Ben sing?
Christmas carols.
Christmas
so-
carols.
Obviously, Good King
La, la, la,
Wenceslas.
la. Dude, you know what's my favorite Christmas song? I love Nat King Cole. Sing some
When
Nat
I Fall
King
in
Cole.
Love?
Sing some Nat King Cole. Sing some I don't know, man.
Sing
Sing
do like some Frank Sinatra or something. I
some
don't
Frank Sinatra.
Oh.
Yeah, let's hear some Frank Sinatra.
Let's hear some Frank
Yeah.
from a guy that looks like Frank,
We're gonna.
but I don't know if he sounds like Frank.
here's how this will work, Mr. Benjamin. I will play. Oh, I can't wait. We can't play the audio. I just realized that we can't play the audio or I'll get copyrighted.
That's
Can I play-
true.
Wait.
But you
Unless you
can
find a
post a link
non-copyrighted.
to the audio.
Right.
Just tell people.
Are you even over 1,000 subscribers on YouTube?
No, I'm not monetized. I don't want it to get
Well, then it
taken
doesn't
down.
matter if
It can
it
get
gets
taken down, though.
copyright.
It can get taken down. That's the thing. I don't want it to get taken down by any means.
Kind of defeats the purpose of the stream. I get it.
Yeah, but when you get a copyright claim, it'll either not take it down, and if it does take it down, almost always you can just mute that section.
Listen, I'm scared. What? Oh, if I do an instrumental,
Heckin' terrified, guys.
if I do an
Seriously.
instrumental, will it mute itself? I don't know. Or will it be copyright detected if I just do? All right, whatever.
You do
It's
Frank
okay.
Sinatra, it's gonna get a copyright.
That's what I'm thinking. All right, just sing some Frankie for us, Ben. Scratch the sound, the instrumental. Just do some Frankie.
All right. How about have yourself a merry little Christmas?
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna butcher this, but whatever. We'll try it. I have the.
Let's hear it.
Oh no, that defeats the entire purpose if it's not a cappella one.
Listen, man.
Fine.
Let's do it, Bean.
You got this.
Where is it? Come on, get to the.
I believe in you.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a good one.
Yeah, I feel like I've been pretty underwhelming in this stream. Like, if we want to divert this to like war or serial killers or cults and stuff, like I will
Have
dominate this conversation.
yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. From now on, our troubles will be out of sight. This is totally offbeat. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide gay. From now on, our troubles will be miles. I cannot do that.
Listen, Ben. The viewers need to watch.
This
you
is gonna get
finish
way too high for
Just
me.
keep going. Just keep going.
You
Don't
gotta
do
finish
it.
it. Don't stop.
As in olden days, happy golden days of you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
This is such a
He's
funny.
cheating.
This is such a funny face for him to freeze on. I
Thank
completely.
you.
So I
Everyone join in.
loading immersive view. What the hell, boy? I completely thought that I had just like my internet had just crashed, and his camera's off now. I thought my internet just crashed and the stream's over.
Hey.
Oh, he's back.
No, not entirely.
Kind of. Well, while we're waiting for Ben, you lagged out like 30 times. Ben, are you okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's
That's
I don't
the
know
face
what
of a man who did it on purpose.
You did it on
Wait,
purpose.
how long? Wait, how long was I
Like
gone?
30 seconds.
Oh, well, great, fantastic. So do I have to start over? Did y'all miss like the whole performance?
Yeah,
Pretty
much.
much. Second half of it, basically, yeah.
Oh, dang it! Why the heck did it do that? That's
Okay,
disappointing.
that's all right. We done. Wait, how many wheel spins have we done, chat? Has everyone been
I don't
counting?
know.
Been counting? We need to do another one soon. We did. Okay, we did.
I
one
don't,
for
all I know is that I've done
950,
3 of the challenges.
950, 1100. Okay,
We've done 6.
okay. 1100.
Scott was
okay.
punished 3 times. Liam once.
Poor
Ben twice.
Scott. Poor Scott. Mark has been off scot free.
Yeah, I got all the way through AIT without taking an NPA, so
No
feel
repercussions.
pretty good.
How the hell did you do that? How did you get all the way through AIT without ever doing an NPA?
All right.
So the only place you're guaranteed to get an NPA is at Camp Bullis, with one exception. If you get expectant every time during that day, you don't get an NPA.
I fucking hate you so much.
So I would just walk up and be like, bro, come on, give me expectant. He's like, all right.
Listen.
I was golden.
Listen, guys. So We're at a high amount of money raised so far. I wanna
Awesome.
kind of.
When's the next guest coming?
We are out of guests.
Oh, okay.
But we
How
might have.
fucking dare
Did
you,
Phil
sir?
show up? Or
I want to
did I
up.
miss it?
Listen. I want to up the ante here. Let's see. We're gonna do $50 increments now for punishments.
I'm gonna have to go pretty
Sorry,
soon.
you can't
Sorry.
change the terms of the
Oh no!
agreement.
Yeah,
I'm
no, no,
changing.
no, no.
Expect me to
I'm
follow it.
changing the
Change the
contractual
terms.
agreement.
It's not-
You can't
that's not
I
how
do
change.
whatever
No.
the hell I
Come
want.
on, you're a
I do
libertarian,
whatever
you should know
I
this.
do whatever the hell I want, though. I supersede your right to.
This is an unconscionable adhesion agreement,
Oh,
and I will
hey,
be taking you to arbitration
Hey!
for your contract.
Don't tell the arbitration agencies. Look at me in the eyes, real quick. Look at me in the eyes. Seethe and cope. Seethe and cope. We're doing $50 increments, starting
I'm
at
always angry. So.
starting at $1,200. So once we get to 1,200, we'll do one. If you donate $100, we'll do two. If you donate $300, I will give you a smooch.
Stop that.
Listen, man.
Stop that,
I
sir.
promise whatever the
Make me
hell I want.
uncomfortable.
It's my life. It's my life. You're the one moaning while putting peanut butter on your face. What
All
am I
right,
I'm
look,
ultimately-
guys, you got to donate, because if you don't donate, like, Mark gets to get away scot-free with no
Yes,
punishment.
Casimir.
Exactly.
And this is bullshit.
Maybe
all right?
maybe I'll just force Mark to take the next punishment. I'll just dish it out to him.
I mean,
It's
you
not
could
fair.
try.
We need to be egalitarian with our punishments. You get a punishment. You get a punishment. Everyone gets punished.
Sounds like commie propaganda to me, but all
Right?
right.
Cope.
You know, I'm
I mean-
still disappointed my thing cut out because I hit a great high key and I was like, oh, that was good. And then I come back and then the whole thing's like glitching out. I'm like, what the heck?
I love
Guys, this isn't communism. This is bullshit. Look, Mark and I are going to get together with Praxbin, and we're turning this place anarcho-syndicalist. All right, the union is coming together to vote you out, Liam.
Oh Jesus, dude, what is this? I own this.
We're sending our delegates to the federation or to the syndicate.
Listen, man,
So this is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause.
good.
Why did you
Good.
turn her into like a fucking antebellum
I can't do-
Sounded like-
I can't do her voice.
That sounded like the dude from South
I love
Park.
democracy.
The teacher from South Park. Okay, we got a
Mr. Garrison?
Mr. Garrison. Hey y'all, Mr. Garrison. That's a great impression, by the way.
No,
$2
it's not. No, it's
$2
not.
donation from Frank Sinatra. Strangers in the night. That was such a good
Strangers in the night.
We
My
got
personal favorite is "That Is Why the Lady Is a Tramp."
Oh, didn't he, dude? He almost got posthumously canceled for that song. And the stream is lagging. The stream is lagging really bad right now.
Oh, yeah.
This is.
I mean, your stream has been like a full 2 minutes behind for me this whole time.
Well, no, it's not that. It just dropped frames. YouTube is like notably racist though, so it's okay. We got Aziz. Hello, I was sent here by Doobie. Hello, Aziz.
YouTube's crack-a-lacking.
YouTube is racist against me. It just is. Okay, here we go. We got another donation, $2 donation. We have an anonymous donation. We're at about 80% of our goal. So here we go. We're in rush hour. We're in the final hour, and if we don't get this goal, I have news for you guys. Scott is literally, he rigged a shotgun trap above my head, and if we don't hit this goal, it goes off. So I will literally.
Wait, you're supposed to encourage them to donate.
Scott, shut
Not
your damn mouth.
discourage.
Listen,
This really is Squid Games charity
we have
stream.
a $25 dono from Saturn Rings. Happy to help. Thank you, Saturn
Aw.
Rings. I love you. I'll give you a smooch. Mwah.
On Saturn, we people...
Also, an anonymous donation didn't show how much. Sometimes it doesn't show how much. It's really stupid. So whoever I can't talk, anonymously donated. You're amazing. So here we go. We're at $1,191. We are so close to beating the past record.
We need $9.
If someone
to
donates $9, then I'll sing another song since that one
Eight-
messed up. I'll
okay,
sing
okay,
$8.63.
$9.
That's all you
$9.
need.
We need
and I'll sing
$9.
Country Roads.
$9 and Ben sings Country Roads. That's fair.
Oh, that's
Fair.
good. That's good. That's good.
That's a good song. That's a good choice.
I think
It's a
you should
good choice.
sing Grandma's Feather Bed, personally, but
So
all out.
Scott, I held a vote in the YouTube chat, and the vote reads: Is Scott a good singer? Let's take a look at the results. 86% say yes. out of 22
Who the fuck
votes.
are these 14%?
No, I don't even know.
You know what I mean? Like,
I wonder.
that's what I want to know.
I don't think I can see like who individually.
No,
voted.
I don't mean literally.
I mean, I want to. I mean, do you want to?
Like you're gonna rat them out? Like, all right.
I would. You can track them down if you want.
We got all 14 IP addresses right here.
Oh,
14
goodness.
IP addresses. Geolocation is written down. I'm ready.
A helicopter sounds in the distance.
Yeah.
Scott like writes down the
Shugga,
IP
shugga,
addresses
shugga,
on a
shugga.
paper and like quotes them up.
They called it Chinook because it goes shugga shugga shugga.
It's like, you know that
They
Texas,
call that a skippy because it goes.
you know that Texas littering commercial where it's like they're always watching, and this dude throws a cup out of his car, and an F-22 bomber is like just rises up from out of the frame. That's like what's going on.
That's fucking terrifying. No, I don't know that.
It's
That's
such a
fucking...
good. Look up Texas littering commercial. It's such
Someone better hurry up. And
Shadow
pay $9.
Shadow Warden says the commies don't like harmonious singing. It's too much order.
I mean, if we're talking good commercials,
Someone needs to
Schaefer's New
donate
Zealand
$9
style
quickly
taxi.
because I have to go soon.
Listen, guys, donate $9 so we can.
Yeah, $9.
Listen,
Your
these
country
are supposed
roads
to be
from Prax
punishments.
Ben.
These are supposed to be punishments. But Ben is like enjoying these. He's like enjoying singing and like ate the egg easily. Who the
Maybe-
hell enjoys eating an egg? Who?
It was
Ooh,
good. It
if
didn't-
it's scrambled
Maybe he's a
properly, I mean,
masochist, you know?
Possibly. I mean, what did the masochist say
it
to
tastes
this?
like an egg.
Say to the sadist?
What's the
down,
punishment supposed
Block.
to be?
It's a raw egg. It's gross. It's
It
slimy.
tastes just like an egg.
You like slimy things in your mouth, huh? That
They're
did not
always
come off how I
slimy.
wanted it
They're
to.
sunny side up. Like the yolk is slimy.
Yeah, it's
Come
just
on,
warm.
Liam.
I mean, not the same. It's not the same consistency entirely. All right.
I'm just imagining.
it is,
I'm just
though.
like I'm honestly like imagining Praxis Ben in like in like a meme video where someone just puts his face and then like and the video of him eating the egg like over Sylvester Stallone when he's doing like that fucking like that warm up.
Sylvester Stallone,
Just
like,
him in Pittsburgh and like he's running and like punching fucking commies as he's like running through the city. Just fucking here comes a fucking like some Antifa kid with a fucking Ancom shirt on. He's just like
they need to like they
fucking
need to
eating raw eggs.
they need to make a new
Exactly.
Predator movie.
Physically removing all.
They need to make a new Predator movie, and cast Bosch as the.
There's a
Predator.
new Predator movie coming. It's called Prey.
Did you say?
Oh.
Did you say and cast Vosh as the Predator?
Listen, man.
You know
I
Vosh
say-
got banned off Twitch.
Yeah, he
right?
got banned like 2 days ago. What did he get banned for? I know Hassan Abi
oh,
said
so-
cracker and got banned, which is so hilarious.
You're being streamed on Twitch currently.
Oh, my
It's
fault.
literally- yeah.
My fault.
No, it's good. It's good. I think
part of the
we're fine.
in-group.
So we don't actually know if it's just the word as of yet, or if the word has to be directed in a derogatory means.
Right.
Which
right.
of those is actually bannable?
Which-
Because social media companies love to just like randomly fucking do shit.
Look at
what do
Ben's camera. That's him with Bosch.
you took a picture with fucking Vosh, or is that?
No,
Yeah.
was that at Free or Future Fest?
Yeah.
Okay. That's so funny. Bosch is so like he's so I don't know, man. I don't know how to describe the
I
guy.
can't wait to debate Vosh. It's got to happen at some point.
Oh, hasn't he been like ignoring your
Hasn't been
debate
debating
requests?
people lately.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, I've debated fucking everybody but Hassan and Vosh
Mhm.
on Twitch. At some point, I'm.
They're
debating
very
Vosh.
particular who they choose to debate, and it's almost
Especially
like
Hassan, because Hassan's stupid.
yeah, he chooses
Well,
to debate
Hassan
like
doesn't. Like,
he chooses to debate like the dumbest representation for the right a lot of the time, and it's like screaming, especially with Vosh. Like I like Dustin. He's a cool guy. I did not enjoy watching their debate. I didn't enjoy watching.
yeah,
it.
debating Destiny is fun because at least he's good at rhetoric and he's fairly logical. You know.
Oh no, he's definitely a smart guy. Like I'm not gonna. I'll give credit where credit is due. He's a smart guy. He displays logic well in debates. His debate with Vosh was essentially a screaming match.
He's mediocre at logic.
Yeah.
Destiny is.
He-
I mean, like when I debated him, he tried to like call me out on a fake fucking tried to say that I was engaging in a fucking oh my god, what term did he use? Do you remember, Mark? He was calling it like philosophy bro thing.
No, he just called you. He just called you. He was like, "Stop using debate bro terms."
I want to say he said philosophy, bro, because I
does
was
that
calling
matter?
out fallacies.
What does that
And
matter?
then he tried to call me out on a fallacy, and I'm like, that's not right because this, and this, that's bullshit. You don't understand the fucking thing. And then he was just like, he immediately backed down. Like he's okay on rhetoric. Like naturally, he's really good at it, but in terms of like actually being able to apply it technically, he's okay.
So
Destiny.
I'd like.
There you go.
I want to thank the politics Discord again, because they've like, I was only expecting a ping like in the announcements. They've gone above and beyond. I think I told you guys.
Doobie's good people. Doobie's good people.
Doobie's really. I'd like to call him the Doobster. I don't know why, but that just sounds like a fitting nickname, the Doobster. They've themed the server like around the stream. Like if you look at the server right now, they changed their server banner to like, you know, the Chad guy in 1969 Berlin, like the black and white Chad photos of that ridiculously ripped guy, and he looks like it's CGI with like the crazy jawline.
Right.
Duh.
They changed the server banner. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. They changed the server
I
banner.
see it. Yeah, it's a Christmas
So
with the
fucking funny.
Giga Chad.
The North Pole chat is like dedicated to our us. Look at this image, chat. Look at this. I even like, who comes up with this shit? Like, who makes this? I'm not like, what? This is some good shit right here. I like this. This is
Yeah, no, it's hard for me to see because I have better Discord and the banner doesn't really show up.
Oh, it's a good banner, a great banner even. Thank you to the Doobster. Also the Austrian Economics Discord. I think Rich donated earlier. I wish he could pop in. There's still an open spot, by the way, Rich, if you want to pop in.
Oh, people want to know whether or not you're a degenerate or not, Praxben. So they're asking whether or not you play League of Legends.
He is a degenerate, dude. He
Do
definitely.
not play League of Legends, no.
You don't? All right, still questionable, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut about that then. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Listen, man, it's okay if I partake in a little bit of League tomfoolery, just a tiny bit of tomfoolery,
I'm gonna go ahead and head off now. I gotta go.
Later, Ben. Love you, man.
All right.
Get up early for
It's
work.
nice meeting you, Praxben. We ought to do something together at some point.
Yes, I would love to get involved in like those panels and stuff.
I mean, you have a large enough following where I could just probably hook you up with Danabo and stuff and get you into hippie dippy space pretty easily. Because he's been trying to, they're struggling for conservatives. I don't know that he wants another ANCAP in there, but I could probably get you involved just because you know who Dylan Burns and hippie dippy is, right?
Yeah, I've met Dylan Burns as well.
Okay,
I
yeah.
met him at that for your future.
Yeah, if you're trying to do that, all you need to do is the person you actually need to talk to is Danabo. That's the person that schedules most of that stuff. But just DM me on Discord, and I'll make like a group chat or whatever with you and hook you up with Danabo.
I don't know where you are in Discord.
I'll get all your information from Liam after the stream.
I don't know if he has my Discord.
Really?
You got banned. Like when did you
Yeah,
get
because
banned?
I got banned and I have the new Discord now.
Yeah, I haven't even.
Well,
I haven't
just
even
join
added you.
join my Discord then. Join
put
my
it in the
Discord
chat.
server.
Which
Or
one's your
put it in the
Discord?
chat here in the Zoom call.
Is it called
Yeah,
Fabian
we got
Liberty?
We just
Yes.
got another donation. We're $4
Okay, so I'm not
away.
in there.
We're $4
Yeah,
away.
throw it in the chat for me, Mark.
Are
I
you in
appreciate
Liberty
that.
Guild?
What?
No.
Ugh.
Or,
Man, we're $4 away. We're so close.
$4.
$4.
$4.
$4
guys,
away.
$4 to beat the
Give-
record. That's
give me
all
your-
we need is $4.
Give me your goddamn shekels right now. Give me your shekels. Just hand them over.
Quattro dinero.
Listen, man. If you're gonna say that you need your shekels more than these kids need their shekels, then you don't deserve your goddamn shekels. Because these kids need shekels more than you need shekels. Because shekels are important to get them gifts. Because you pay for gifts with shekels. All right. That'll get.
What if I go fell a tree and, I don't know, carve them some sort of like cool toy or something?
Does it make shekels?
Lucas or Robin
Yes, 'cause
States
they grow on
tagged
tree.
you in Zulu's server.
So, $5 donation from Anonymous.
$5 from Anonymous. $5 from Anonymous puts us so close to the goal, guys. Come on. I had peanut butter dripping down my shirt as I was eating a spoonful of cinnamon after singing ragtime. Okay? If I can do all of that, you can donate $4. $4. And I'm not asking for subs or biddies. I'm not asking for money for me. I'm asking money for Detroit foster care
Won't
kids.
someone think
get
of
a
the
Christmas.
children?
Think of the children, right? Just channel your inner 1990s GOP politician and just think of the children, please.
That was
Alright.
dark.
Oh, you
That
guys
was
have a
dark.
good night. I'll talk to you later.
Stay safe,
Okay.
Ben.
Stay safe, Ben.
Bonsoir.
You're making it dark. I'm mostly talking about them like being like we need to add warning labels to like explicit music and like
Oh,
like I wasn't going Ghislaine Maxwell version of this, okay? Like I was just talking about like someone think of the children. Sorry, you Gen
Whoops.
Zers don't remember
Listen,
when the
man.
Republican Party obsessed over kids to pass legislation.
I mean,
that
listen,
was
man.
authoritarian.
I think we can both agree that both parties obsess over kids a little bit too much, in ways that we don't like.
Yeah, but you didn't grow up when the Republican Party was utter shit. Like the Republican Party sucks because it's just progressives going the speed limit. But you like the 90s was when like the Republican Party was like, we need more regulations on TV because these curse words are ruining our generation. Like they were awful.
Oh, dude, like I hate boomer Republicans that like blame
The satanic panic. You don't
Blame
know
our-
nothing about that.
our violence problem on video games, and it's
Yeah, exactly. I remember when
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto was controversial.
dude, it's so funny. I remember, wasn't there a ban on Happy Wheels? There was a ban on Happy Wheels from Bush. Hold on,
You mean Happy Meals?
not
Happy Wheels.
Happy Wheels, man. The game.
Casimir said
Okay.
he said think of the children was replaced by 9/11. You're exactly right.
9, 11. Wow.
Yeah, no, it was. It absolutely was.
Mom, stop it! I'm
Mom, I'm
doing a
doing a
cherry
stream. I'm
stream.
doing a
It's actually my-
charity stream,
It's actually my
Mom.
sister.
Even worse, gross.
No, she just
That's
came
true.
over to
Out of
visit.
there.
Parents respect your privacy far more than siblings do.
No, she's moved out, dude. Okay. $10 donation from Dima Bilan from my fellow Frank Sinatra fan. So we're at
Oh, we go over. Did we beat the goal?
the goal for this stream is 15.
Not the goal, but the record.
We're $9.
I don't know I don't know that we're gonna beat the goal. I'm gonna be a little doomer on this. I don't think we're gonna hit that goal.
We're gonna get an
I mean,
angel.
you guys want to help and help us get to the goal, maybe.
This is
but,
this is why I always shoot for the curb. There's no disappointments. Shoot for the
I'm
curb,
just,
and anything above that is gravy.
Dude, we had
I'm
I
just
don't think
gonna say that if I see you in mod view, I'm gonna find you in Discord, okay? And then once I find you in Discord, I'm gonna find your mutual Discord servers, and then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna see if you're subbed to those channels. And if you're subbed to those channels, I'm just gonna assume that you're holding out on me. I'm gonna call you out. I'm gonna be in Discord and be like, hey man, you're
we're
subbed
close.
to Dylan Burns.
$1,241 was the
Nice.
stream. Was the last, and we're about $30 away. We can do $30 in half an hour. We did like $200 in 10 minutes. Are you kidding?
Yeah,
We can do
yeah. Oh,
that.
come on. We can get $30. Come on. Think
Yes,
of the
but-
children.
Think of the
We don't
children,
have-
guys. Think of the children. Come
We
on.
got a follow 5 minutes ago from Adventurer 6604. I'm sorry, I missed you.
Listen.
I appreciate the follow, but what I would appreciate more
Here's your
is if
money.
you think about the children.
Oh, damn. Well, we beat the record. $1,289. Someone just donated. It's so early that it hasn't even showed up on my Streamlabs yet.
There you go. There you go.
That's
There we go.
That's like 10 seconds ago at the most. It's
Yeah, I'm
not
seeing
even
it at
showing up on my
12:11.
dashboard. It's not even showing up on my dashboard. It's still 12:11 on the 12:89. It just showed up on the Streamlabs widget. Well, we beat the that calls for some sort of celebration. That is $100. Oh wow, we've few donations here. Wow.
I think Scott and I should play a round of drink a beer.
Thought experiment. Remember these rules, kids. Number 1, never trust a female. She's born on her birthday. Number 2, 1 + 1 is 2. If she got a hoe friend, then she a hoe too. Number 3, she's never yours.
Facts.
Just your turn. And we got $100, 100 Canadian dollars from Fonzo, and all Fonzo had to say was V-Bucks.
Okay, I disavow some of those comments, but if she got a hoe friend, she
Listen,
a hoe.
thought experiment. Is this you in your donation image? This dude is jacked. Like literally jacked.
It's probably not him then.
It's probably not him.
Like no, like this dude is cut as hell.
I
Wow.
mean,
You sound a little thirsty right now, man. I'm not gonna
you're
lie.
right. You're right there, Liam.
No, I'm not thirsty.
You see that little bit of drool
Thirsty,
coming
you
out?
thirsty for the Sigma male coming in and thinking of the children. This guy's got his priorities straight. All right, this guy's got his priorities straight because instead of spending his hard-earned money on women and dates, right, he's spending his hard-earned money on only two things. Okay, number one, whey protein and creatine, and number two, and more importantly, those poor children in
creatine is-
foster care in Detroit, Michigan.
Creatine is fucking expensive. So expensive. Like it's like, even if you get a deal on Amazon, it's pretty expensive.
Yes, indeed.
So we're at $1,299.
There we go.
Wow, you guys are like, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'll say it. I was That's nice. That's nice. Give me your shekels,
Nice.
please. Give me your shekels.
Nice.
Give me your shekels, dude. Seriously. I don't even like.
love
We
it.
have, and it's great because we have people from all around the world donating. We have 100 Canadian dollars. I mean, listen. It may
And
be
Canadian
maybe
spends.
currency. Yeah.
It spends for the time being.
We've
right?
got
fiat anyway.
Inflation's
We've got
about to hit
pounds.
you fuckers hard.
Yeah,
but,
we've
you
got
know.
pounds. We've got pounds. We have A. I don't know what this means. Hold on. It's like the letter A and then the dollar sign. I don't know what that is. Can someone? Is anyone in chat know what that is?
Probably like Australian.
Oh,
dollars.
Australian dollars. Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, they're stuck in house, and the military will kill them if they leave. So what else are they going to do?
What else are they gonna do?
Hey, but
Except
it's totally
donate
not
to
for
children in Detroit, Michigan.
Listen,
It's not that bad.
listen.
It's not that bad, right? I can
POV.
still
You
look at my
donated.
dick.
POV. You didn't donate. Listen, don't be like the dude on the left. Be like the dude on the right. All right. Be
Just
be
saying.
enlightened. It's a meme that someone sent in the disc. You know the meme of the people in the bus, and there's the one on the light side, all happy, and there's the one on the dark side with the head down.
yeah.
POV, you donated.
You gotta be white pilled.
You gotta be white pill, okay? You gotta be happy. You gotta be grateful.
Unless being black pilled makes you want to donate.
Listen, man. We just got a
Because
donation.
you're screaming into the void.
Just got a donation from anonymous. We're at $1,300. So we
You mean that notorious
from
hacker?
Roku Hedgehog Man. Doobie is a femboy. He said it himself. I can neither confirm or deny this statement, but what I can tell you right now is we are overdue for a goddamn wheel spin, for the wheel of death, and the stakes are even higher now. So I'm going to be adding hot sauce and mayonnaise.
I don't have mayonnaise, but I do have
Goddamn-
hot sauce.
How do you not have mayonnaise? You like? What do you put on your sandwiches?
Because I'm not as white as you. I
What do you
don't
put in
know.
your sandwiches, dude?
Hot sauce.
Okay.
Liam, I noticed there's a question in your chat.
Okay.
What is it like to debate against Doobie? I can't personally answer that because I don't do that, stuff.
Mhm.
But I will just say, if you can find the last crime case that he was on, linked in the Fabian Liberty YouTube channel.
Yeah, I debated him. I've
Doobie-
debated him a couple times.
Doobie crushed that panel.
He did. He won that
He
panel.
won.
Not because
He
he
won the
beat
panel.
me, but because we were talking about the C slur and that almost automatically went into the N word. And
Of
Doobie
course.
and Fanatic IQ is losing his shit and refusing to listen to anybody and just can't fucking process the logic of anything that is being said to him and thinks that he wins if he just screams and says he's right and laughs. And Doobie just drops the fucking N-bomb like 4 or 5 times in a discussion, gets
Christ.
muted, and then does a face reveal of him from another person's video of him as a black kid sitting in the chair, and they all thought he was black for a minute, and then it's just not him. Like, it was amazing.
Okay,
it
so
was amazing.
We're 90%. We're 90% to our goal. 2 new donations, one from Ken's, $30 from Ken's. I am thankful that I'm able to contribute to this fantastic cause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you so much, Ken's. You're just as important as we are in this situation. We wouldn't be able to do this without the platform you guys give us and the help you guys give us. So you guys are truly the heroes here. It wouldn't be a charity stream without you guys. So we have a $25 donation from Baji. It's like B0JJY. Thank you for the donation, Baji.
Probably bougie.
Nice.
Bougie. No, it's
Bougie.
just B0JJY.
Yeah, but the 0 is meant to be an O because they couldn't get the name
Yeah,
Bougie.
I don't know, man.
They're bougie.
I don't know.
Are they
They're
bad and
they're-
bougie?
they're
Because if
bougie.
so, send them my
Stop
way.
it
Bitches
now.
bad
Stop
and
it now.
Stop
Hooking up
it.
dope
Send them my
with
way.
those.
Stop it now. 90% there though. That's we're like So overdue for a wheel spin.
You don't know this about me if you haven't watched a lot of my content, but I have an affinity for the dark arts. Spin that wheel, baby.
Oh, we need to wheel spin. We just need to. I need to get it out of
Spin
my
it.
system. It's all I've been thinking about. You know what? We're gonna do triple in one. 3 wheel spins. 3 goddamn wheel spins. Because I'm the greatest host of all time. All right.
All right.
Here we go. 3 wheel spins. We're gonna get my wheel spin ready. I'm mentally. You gotta prepare yourself on all cylinders for these wheel spins. You gotta be mentally prepared. You gotta be physically prepared. You gotta be emotionally prepared. You gotta be prepared. Every category. All right. We're gonna open the
My
name wheel.
adrenaline is spiking.
I know. I'm sure it is. All right. So, just me, Scott, and Mark now. All right. My heart is beating.
Chance, boys.
My heart is beating so fast. It's crazy. I've
already done the worst
racing.
ones. Like I already had to sing. I already did the cinnamon challenge.
Okay.
I did peanut butter. What am I gonna do? Lick a shoe or eat some hot sauce? I'm down.
The first one is going to be me. All right. That's all right. I can cope with that.
Let's
I can cope with that. I can cope with that. Okay.
All
I've
right.
only had one, so that's all right. That's all right. It's not even the worst case scenario. All right. I'm gonna open the wheel of death. If I get something bad, then maybe I'll end the stream. Who knows? Okay. This quick doobie alt. I don't know if you're watching the stream right now. I really appreciate you for making all the memes and being so active in the North Pole channel. So thank you for that. Here we go. I'll be honest with you. All right, here we go.
Katie Coo, baby boo, you got by the rock.
Wheel of death. You know how it
Come
goes.
on.
Wheel of death.
Stop stalling. Stop stalling.
Lick a shoe again?
You better lick a real shoe.
I did lick a real shoe. That was a very real shoe. Okay? You need to stop hating, all right? You need to stop hating.
I want a shoe that has
what you need to
comical
do.
amounts of dust clouds. And
That's disgusting.
gnats.
That is disgusting. I don't have gnats, like the bug gnat. Like you say gnats?
Yes, like GNAT.
I'm not eating. No, I don't have a shoe like that. I have a mild.
I need something that like your cat sniffs and then goes.
I don't have a cat. All right. This is one of my favorite shoes. Nike Dunk Low Fog Grays. We're gonna be going for these. All right.
Clearly not a sneakerhead. Got it.
Clearly not a sneakerhead at all. No. I don't have any. Oh no, wait. I could go for these. These are. I'm dead stocking these. I could literally lick these.
It's so appropriate right now that suicide is painless. I can hear it in the background.
Listen, man. What's your problem, Mark? What's your problem? What's your issue?
My issue is you're stalling instead of
I'm not
looking some
stalling,
dirty ass
man.
shoes.
Listen,
Yes, you
man.
are.
Listen, man.
It's taking you 10 minutes to get through these challenges.
Listen, man. You want to see me lick a goddamn shoe? I'll lick a goddamn shoe. That was really gross.
I couldn't hear it.
Oh, okay, well it's not a pair of Vans, so they're not like ribbed on the bottom as much. It's not like
For
that.
your are they ribbed for your pleasure or for the streets?
I'm just gonna go on to the next wheel spin. I'm just gonna forget that you asked that question. Just gonna disregard it.
He's cheating. He got lick a shoe twice, licking clean ass shoes.
That was not a clean shoe. Listen, I wore that to the airport. I wore those to the airport. Those are dirty shoes.
Ooh, those are
12
COVID
years ago.
shoes. You just got COVID.
No, it was like
You literally just got COVID.
It was late.
That was very irresponsible of you.
It was late October.
Late October.
So I won't get COVID. I might contract some sort of other disease, but that's not what matters right now. What matters is
he just ingested
some feces, probably feces. I'm not even kidding. Anyways, it's time for another goddamn wheel spin. All right, that's all that matters.
Let's
here.
go. That's
all
wheel
that
spins.
matters. Wheel spin, baby. Wheel spin. That's all that matters.
You got to get through these
The
so
wheel
that we
spin.
can
Gotta get through these.
encourage people to donate. Come
Oh
on.
my God. Okay, it's Scott. Thank God. Thank God, it's Scott.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Beautiful shot.
We're gonna have to spin that wheel so many damn times
picked
because
yet,
I've done
Mark?
all of them. No.
Jeez, that's all right. We gotta like pull for Mark. If somebody donates $100 right now, Mark will get like 2-3 punishments in one. All right, $100. Mark gets 3 punishments in one. Give me your
Disavow.
shekels. I don't care. I don't care what you disavow. You don't have
Do it for the
control here.
children, Mark.
Do it for the children, Mark.
Fuck
If
them
someone
kids.
gets us to 1,500 right now,
He said,
I will
fuck them
make-
hoe-ass kids.
if someone gets to 1,500 right now, Mark does all the punishments. All right. You got.
Well, you already did lick a shoe.
What do I got?
So
What do I got?
How good are you? How good are you at dancing, Scott?
He's 6
I'm a
foot
terrible-
five. He's not
I'm a
good at
terrible
dancing at
dancer.
all.
and have a bone disease.
Oh shoot! Well, that's
He could do the truffle shuffle.
You know what that? You know what that isn't? You know what that isn't though, Scott.
What's that?
It's not my goddamn problem. You gotta dance.
Is that what you got? Is that what we got? We got dance.
You gotta dance for the stream. Also,
You have to dance.
What are we
to
dancing
Can't
to?
$50 from Big Dick Moneybags.
Big Dick Moneybags. What are we dancing to?
What are we dancing to? Big Dick Moneybags. Actually, I'm gonna let
Eat.
people in chat and people in it. It doesn't matter.
Well, I can't.
play
Well, hold on.
copyrighted
I'm just gonna
music.
play something off Pretzel Rocks.
Play something off Pretzel Rocks. God damn it.
But
I-
everyone
let's see
pretend
what
he's
we got,
dancing to
let's see what we
Can't
got.
Heat
Listen,
by
guys.
Jamiroquai.
Can we hit the goal soon, please? Because I gotta pee. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I straight up just go to the bathroom when I need to. Like
$1,417. We obliterated the record.
if I donate $80, I'm gonna skip every punishment that incurs.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So you know.
That's if you donate. This is really
Hmm.
this is like heartwarming right now. Keep going. You got another 30 seconds. Oh god. I'm terminated. Account banned. Oh, wow. I'm turning up the music. Oh yeah. Dance.
Dance.
Yeah. Dance.
Nothing left for
Yeah.
me to do but
Ooh.
dance. All these bad times I'm going
Listen,
through.
this isn't
just
Napoleon
dance.
Dynamite.
Got candy in my
Heels tonight, baby. Ooh,
Ooh.
dance.
I feel the fantasy of lightning.
We got $25 from Lag Bomb. Shut up and take my shekels. I will gladly take your shekels.
Just you
Lag Bomb.
know that you must get.
All right, you're good. You've,
So all he had to do was just make an ass of himself, like his belly. Really? All right.
listen, man. Thank you, Lag Bomb, for the 25 shekels.
Hey, lag
We
bomb.
are
What's
really,
up, bro?
really close to our goal. I appreciate every one of you. If I could,
Could have done the Charleston if you preferred.
we are. Wow,
I
we're
do-
90. We're 95% of our way there. Okay.
I do a slick fox.
We can
trot.
raise more. We can raise more than $1,400. What do you guys think?
Foxtrot's actually pretty hard.
We need.
It's really not.
So
Forward
okay,
touch, side close, back touch,
We got
side close.
we got this. 95% of the way there. Okay. We are going to do one last spin for now. This is
For now.
we gotta be ready. We gotta be
Katie
ready.
Joe just goes, geez, sheesh, this man's physique.
We gotta be ready. This man's physique is impeccable. This guy deadlifts 800
You may
pounds.
You may not
like it.
like it, but this is what peak performance.
This is what peak male performance looks like. God damn it. All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yes, indeed.
You guys know what time it is, right? You guys know what time it is?
Do you believe
What time is it?
someone
It's
has
fucking.
been-
It's wheel spin time,
using
baby. It's
jam?
wheel spin time. Let's go.
I think someone's been eating jam.
It's wheel spin time. Is what time it is. Are you ready?
Let's go.
All right.
Apparently, our chat can't find the right emojis.
All right. Let's.
I feel like Nage is
It's
all
wheel
you
spin
need,
time, baby.
Nage,
It's wheel spin
obviously.
or maybe some Degrins.
time. All right, guys. Here we go.
Some Degrins.
I'm ready. I'm ready for this wheel spin. I'm ready. You guys
Mm.
ready? Hopefully, we
I don't know
actually
why
get
I
marked
keep
this
pulling your
time.
stream up. I'm just gonna listen to you freak out.
Yeah. Don't pull up my stream. All right, and it looks like we got Mark.
Finally!
Wow! Right at the
Mark.
end.
Mark.
I've already done
All right.
4 of them. Had to dance, had to sing,
All right,
had to
Mark.
fucking peanut
Here we
butter
go, Mark.
cinnamon challenge.
Here's what we're gonna do, though.
Just call yourself the little monkey that you are. I get it.
All right. Listen, Mark. We're gonna take this goddamn challenge. We're gonna
That
take
hurt
it
a
like
little bit.
champ.
I don't know
All right.
what part of me is black, but that actually hurt a
Listen.
little bit.
It's time, though. You know what
I've
it's
gotten you
time
3
for.
times in your soul.
Listen,
Oh, that one.
I actually
Oh.
felt a little racism there, and it hurt
as
a little
we're
bit.
nearing the last 15 minutes of the stream, I want to thank the
The-
politics server once more for being
Yes.
so amazing. We've raised a ton of money tonight, almost $1,500. Okay,
I think we can get there right at the end. If you
we can
guys
get there at
push
the
it.
end. If you guys push it,
If
guys
you
think
hurry
about
the fuck
kids.
up and spin the wheel so that people
All right,
are
listen,
incentivized to punish us
We're
again.
spinning the wheel. God damn it! It's the wheel of death. It's the wheel of death. We're spinning it.
Ugh.
Mark,
I've still got butt rub.
You
all over my
will.
face.
Mark, you will chug milk.
How much milk we talking? I didn't get the challenges until like right as we started. So
I will be right back though.
About a solid glass.
Not
of
even
milk.
2 minutes. You're gonna be chugging out of a gallon. Give me a sec, or whatever you have. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go, twerking capitalists. Oh God.
This is not going to sit well on top of how
I mean,
much
that's
beer
up to
I've
you.
had. It's gonna be rough.
All hail, all hail. So it's just left to me. Just left to me to entertain. Oh my goodness. Sorry. We can watch this again. Oh no, I can't, but for the people on YouTube. For the people on YouTube, hello. Follow me at twitch.tv/Fabian Liberty. And also Fabian Liberty on YouTube. There you go.
Here we go. So Mark, show me your milk, Mark. Show me your milk.
Man, it's too bad.
It's lactose free.
So
It's what I got.
listen, man. It's lactose-free milk. You
Of course.
Look, man.
kind of
like,
chud are you? Kind of chud are you?
No,
I know,
some
I'm
of us aren't
30.
fucking teenagers, all right?
I'm
Like
fucking
milk
30.
doesn't fucking work.
Listen, man.
Lactose is not good for us, all
Listen,
right?
man.
Why do you think I've been in the bathroom so many times?
Listen, man. I want you to chug that milk. I want you to like you have to really try though. Like really try.
Well, first off, and
I wanna
Scott can
see you-
attest to this, I will not be chugging this very quickly because it will fuck me up. Not
Mm-hmm.
chugging milk, but because it's cold as shit.
Listen, man. Mark, look at me in the eyes
So-
real quick. Look at me eye to eye. You see me? You see me? Mark, look at me.
Look at me. Look at me. I
at
am
me.
the captain
Look
now.
at me, Mark.
I am the captain
Look
now.
at me. Look
and
in
I
your
have a
camera.
cold
Look in your
allergy.
camera. Also known
I
as
don't
my
give a
eyes.
fuck about your
Listen,
stream.
Mark.
He actually literally has a
Think-
cold
Mark.
allergy.
Yeah, like
Mark.
this could actually like fuck me up. So
Think
we're gonna go
about
slow.
think about the kids, Mark. Think about the kids.
You sound like a real Harvey Weinstein right
about
now.
I don't like that you just said that. Think about the kids, Mark.
Oh,
That's so gross.
oh.
Ugh.
Mm. Oh, that hurts so much.
Oh no.
Mm.
This was like the
Oh.
worst one to give him.
Yeah, it
He really is. He has a
Oh
cold
my God.
allergy.
A what
Oh, I
allergy?
feel it down in my
He's
chest.
allergic to cold.
What?
I'm not
Oh.
joking.
Holy, that's interesting. All right.
All right.
Oh fuck yes, Mark. Mark.
Yeah.
Mark going for the punishment, the pain.
Ah. Mm. My
Dude,
whole head
fucking
hurts.
kudos.
That
You
is-
no idea how much pain he's in right now.
That is. He's turning red.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, he's legitimately allergic to
I'm
cold.
having an allergic reaction right now. So
Dude,
I'm gonna go put this away real quick, and then maybe die.
You're not gonna die,
listen. It was for the
but
kids.
you might get hives.
It
You
was
might
for the
get hives for the kids.
It was for the kids, man.
Yes, but do
I
we
love-
need to spin again? Are we
Oh,
at
wow.
a point where we need to spin again? Did we get another 150 from 1200? Are we
Not
at
yet.
1350 yet?
Okay, here's the thing. We're gonna at 1500. We'll do one final wheel spin. We gotta make it like an ultimate wheel spin.
What are we at? What are we at?
$1,417.
Okay. So we need. You said in $17. So we need $83. $83, and we get to 1500, and we get a final spin.
Yep, we get a final. We'll do like an ultimate spin, and I'll let those in the.
Someone put in our chat, chill, Mark.
Poor fucking Mark.
He has a cold allergy. The double entendre is so funny.
Poor
Yeah, I
Mark.
get it. No, it's good.
Oh.
Hang on, I gotta take it. I gotta take my anti-inflammatory.
gosh. Poor Mark.
Oh.
You poor bastard.
Is that allowed
dude.
on YouTube? I don't even know.
Vaping? Yeah, I'm pretty sure vaping's allowed.
Hmm.
Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there.
He said
Nine-
y'all hit the 1500. What do you mean?
Oh,
Yeah, we need $83. Oh, he said grats.
like I itch in my chest.
I
Did
haven't
someone
done that.
donate?
Oh wow, yeah, someone donated. Someone.
Was
I
it
just-
iced whoop ass?
I just got it like just now.
He said refresh it.
I'm refreshing. It takes like 5 minutes.
It takes
Well,
YouTube a
not
minute.
5 minutes. It takes a couple minutes.
He said
Emily-
no LOL.
from
So
Emily-
it must have been someone else.
From Emily Ann. Happy holidays. $83 from Emily Ann. Happy holidays.
Emily
God bless.
Ann, thank you so much, Emily.
That is the
Emily,
icing on the
thank you
cake.
so much. Well,
Emily-
no, I only said it because you said it.
Seized the opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Got us to exactly
$1,500.
1,500. That is amazing. That is amazing. I didn't even.
You know what that means, right?
God, that means the ultimate wheel spin. Do we
The
all?
ultimate wheel spin.
Do we all spin the wheel of death? Should we all do?
You know what? You know what? We hit our goal. And what that means is I'm going to do the only one that's left for me because I've literally done all of the ones that I'm capable of doing in my house. I'll be right back.
Oh boy, I don't know what this one is gonna be. He's gonna walk back.
The egg. I'm pretty sure it's
oh yeah.
the egg.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Chet, there's a reason I'm always wearing a robe.
That is so
It's
funny.
not just because I'm so posh and luxurious.
Emily Ann,
All right.
you are amazing,
Let's go.
Emily Ann. Oh wow, is that
Two
hot sauce?
spoons. 2 spoons.
Double
Okay.
fist it?
2 spoons. First, we're starting off with Midland Ghost White Pepper Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
So some ghost pepper sauce.
Okay, so
How
not
about
a
some
punishment.
art?
This
Huh?
is not a punishment. This is not a punishment. I've eaten that.
Is he allowed to have water? Are we allowing him to?
No water in between.
After he gets them both down.
Okay.
Jesus, look at his eyes.
It's ghost pepper, so like
It's
got a
ghost
little-
pepper.
It's got a
That's-
nice kick.
It's ghost pepper, but
Wow.
we're gonna chill out
Hop
after
right
that
back into it. Hop
with
right
just
back
some
into it.
Frank's Red Hot. You
Wow.
know, this is really just to add a little flavor on.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's got nothing on the ghost pepper, so we gotta make sure it's a nice big full deep spoon.
So Doobie bribed Emmy with the heist user role on the server, and now Doobie has to sing. So Doobie, we're gonna make him sing on stream.
Oh,
If you can get them.
all right.
Oh no, I'm getting them. You're singing
water.
You're singing on stream. God damn it, Doobie.
No water. Okay, I lied. I need to wash that down. So one spoonful of ghost pepper white sauce and 2 spoonfuls of Frank's Red Hot original. Nothing, baby. Nothing.
I'm actually surprised
Because
you
your
took that
tongue's
so well.
dead from ghost pepper. Because he killed his tongue with ghost pepper first.
Really? Oh,
be
wow,
so-
that makes
don't
sense.
be
That makes
so
sense.
easily
That makes
impressed.
sense. That makes sense. That makes
Don't
sense.
be so easily impressed.
How are you
Yeah,
feeling?
but I didn't kill my throat until the fucking
That's
2
fair.
spoonfuls of Red Hot.
That's fair.
So like my mouth is fucked, but my throat is actually burning. Oh,
I wanna. So everyone in chat and in the Discord, please spam. Thank you. Emmy.
oh. Yeah, Shadow Warden, we hit our goal.
What do we?
Oh.
What do we do? Do we all? Should we all do like an ultimate wheel of death now? Like like.
No, fuck you. I'm done.
No,
I've
no,
done
no, no,
all
no,
of
no,
the
no. You
challenges.
can't opt out of this thing. You can opt out. You haven't done all of them. You don't lick a shoe.
Oh, I mean,
That
okay,
is right, you
lick a
did not
shoe
lick
is
a
not even that. I'll lick a. Licking a shoe now wouldn't really matter, considering that I have no taste
Listen,
right
man.
this second. I've done this cinnamon challenge, followed by a spoonful of ghost white pepper sauce and 2 spoonfuls of fucking Red Hot. My mouth is done. I'll lick anything.
That was All right. You know, I'm gonna cut you some slack and not say anything about that statement. But we're gonna go straight into the nitty gritty. I want the Wheel of Death of Wheel of Death. Like I want
My goodness.
an intense Wheel of Death. That's what I want right now.
You all right, Mark?
My
Yeah, I'm
is-
shivering a little bit.
My stream is being weird. Okay, I want an insane Wheel of Death. I want what do I want?
I may have done way more challenges, but Mark took the hardest one of all. Mark decided to possibly get hives.
How are
for
you
this.
feeling, Mark? Are you okay?
You notice I keep bundling up further and further, and like I'm spasming
Listen, man.
below my
Listen,
chest.
Mark,
so
look at me. Look at me. Think
I'm
about
just
the
kinda
kids,
hanging
Mark.
out.
Think about the kids, Mark. Think about the kids.
I did think of the kids. I think of the kids when I did.
Don't get dark. Don't. Oh, okay. I was like, you gave me that pause and that look like you were about to be like when I was killing motherfucker, and I'm like, yo, Mark, don't go dark. Don't go dark
Relax.
for the charity stream.
My deployment wasn't that serious.
Fair enough.
Okay,
There's no greater feeling than killing the enemy.
listen, man. You guys hear the sirens in the distance? You guys hear that?
Riders on the storm, yeah, man.
You hear that? I think I hear
Oh.
I think I hear the sirens of the Wheel of Death calling. I think I hear them. I think it's time for the Wheel of Death. What do you guys think?
So what are you doing, Liam?
I'm
Woo.
pulling up the Wheel of Death. I'm pulling up the Wheel of Death, Mark. All right. Here's
Y'all boys have fun with that.
Here's the thing. I think to make it most fair, we're just gonna hop into the wheel of death, and we all have to do it. How about that?
I mean, all I have left to do is lick a shoe, so I'll just lick a shoe.
Or chug milk.
Yeah,
I don't have milk to chug. I don't carry. The only time I have milk here is when my kids are over.
Chat,
Yeah,
can
fair
you
enough.
please help chat? I don't know what to do. We need to like celebrate. I want to.
Plus, I just did hot sauce. Chugging milk would like not be a challenge. Like it would literally make it better.
That's true.
Yeah, but you have to chug a lot of milk.
Yeah,
It
like a
fills
lot.
up your belly and makes you all bloated. And if you're me, it makes
gross.
you shiver in your
Shiver,
stomach.
shiver me timbers. This is so. I'm gonna be serious. I'm gonna be serious.
Shiver
for a
me
second.
tenders.
Stop talking. Stop it. I'm gonna be serious for a second because we've been
Yeah.
this past like hour we've been kind of messing around and trolling and having fun. I want to be serious for a second. Anyone who donated, and even not just if you donated, even if you tuned into the stream, if you shared it with a friend,
Yes.
tuning into the stream itself is amazing, and we really, really appreciate like everyone tuning in and being on the stream. That is amazing, and right there, that's amazing in itself. And I'm really happy with you guys, and I'm really happy with the stream, and I'm happy we can hopefully make such a lasting effect on these kids, right? When I was a kid growing up, I'm not that old, but like when I was a kid every Christmas, I look forward to having presents and being able to share such a great holiday with my family. And obviously as foster kids, they don't have the ability to do this. They don't have, a lot of the time, they don't have like a permanent family to share this with. And they're not able a lot of the time to get, the gifts they want, the great gifts. And I think the experience of Christmas is something that all children truly deserve to enjoy. I mean, you only have a childhood once. And if I have the ability and the means to be able to help a ton of children have a good Christmas and have a good help have a good childhood, then I'll use every means I have to be able to do that. And what we did tonight is a huge part in that. And not every, like I said, not every kid has this. Not every kid has something like this. And hopefully tonight we were able to give them at least a sliver of what a normal kid has. So thank you from the bottom of my heart and from Scott's heart and from Mark's cold heart. Thank you for all of your help, all of your donations, all of your engagement. We really, really appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much to Doobie, the Doobster from Politics, for helping promote the stream, keeping the server very engaged, getting them to donate. Thank you everyone in the Politics Discord for engaging. Even though we might have extorted you,
We bribed him. Bribery's okay.
Bribery's okay, all right? Listen, bribery's okay. And all that matters tonight is that we, made a hopefully lasting effect on these kids. And, as a kid, I always remembered, my Christmas presents. It was always Christmas was always a very special thing for me. So hopefully they'll be able to look back at this in 20 years and think about the awesome Christmas they were able to have. And, we'd love to do this more. Obviously, we're going to keep in touch with VIA and keep doing streams like this. And
Absolutely.
On that note, I mean, unless you guys have anything else to say, I think we're about to sign off. I think that's a wrap.
Lag Bomb says bribery, slavery, as long as it's all voluntary.
As long as it's voluntary.
That's what we learned. Walter Block is pro slavery.
So I'll give like 2 minutes.
Don't sue me, Walter Block. I'm kidding.
I'll give like 2 minutes if anyone else wants to donate. We do have a few donations to read out. $50 from Friday Living. Wu-Tang is for the children. Along with the YouTube link. I will open this, but I'm gonna have it muted, sir. Because I don't want to get copyrighted. If it's, let's see, Wu-Tang is for the children. It is a Wu-Tang Clan clip, so I can't play it. But thank you so much for your $50 donation. It's very generous of you. 10 Australian dollars from Zeno and
hell yeah.
$3 from Dream Clouds.
Nice.
So that puts us at $1,560. That is just that is absurd. That shattered our past record. That is big. So once again, thank you guys so much for making this possible. Of course, donations will be open even after the stream is done. So if you still don't feel like you've done enough, even though you guys have done more than I could ever ask for you guys to do.
Absolutely. I just want to say thank you so much. I can't relate what it's like to not have a Christmas because I came from a broken home, so I always had 2 Christmases. So these poor little foster children, I wish I could have given them one of my Christmases as a young child. Maybe not the depression that comes along with 2 Christmases, but whatever. You'll take what you get, and you don't throw a fit. I'm happy that these kids can have some hope, and maybe, just maybe, if you are a sick and twisted person, also known as an objectivist, right? and you want the world of objectivism, right? Then note that if you donate money, there's a small sliver of a possibility that these children will remember that it was VIA, right? That it was voluntarism and libertarianism through Praxis that gave them a Christmas, and not the fucking government that gave them horrible fucking homes, most likely. Let's be honest. Foster care system is one of the worst things children can be subjected to. A statistics show that a majority of females are actually sexually molested in foster care system in America. These kids have a really, really, really rough life. And I hope that one Christmas is enough to give them the hope to fucking push through this. I don't want to be blackpilled and say that it's not, but if you're a dirty objectivist, right, then your goal here is to see kids associate voluntarism and libertarianism with that one Christmas and see the state as, let's be honest, they're gonna fucking hate the state as they grow up anyways. But thank you everybody that donated. Thank you everyone that showed up for the streams. Thank you everybody that followed, both on make sure you follow Praxis YT on YouTube. Make sure you follow us on Twitch and YouTube as well, both Fabian Liberty. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the love and support, and mostly helping these kids out.
All right. I think with that being said, we're gonna wrap up the stream. I'm gonna read out the final donos. We have a donation from 4 Ducky. So we're gonna close out the stream now. We'll go over some of the top donors. I find you all equally important, but especially Ariel, $200, Shadow Warden, $150, Ariel again with $100. Wow, Ariel really donated a lot. And then Emily Ann, of course, with the closing donation, Toxic Apple. These are all huge, and it may not seem very significant to you, especially if you have a lot of money, if you save up your shekels, but that amount of money is huge for them. And it will hopefully change their lives and give them a good outlook on the foundation and a better outlook on life. So,
yeah.
Once more, thank you guys so much. Of course, the donation link is always open. Ariel, please, you can message me on Discord. I am in the Politics Discord server. Message me your size shirt and what t-shirt you want from Capitalist Wave, and I'll ship it out to you within the next couple of days. So, once more, thank you guys so much for tuning in. This is Liam from Praxis, joined by Scott and Mark from Fabian Liberty. And,
hello.